person here at Town Hall and will also continue to allow for remote participation. So we ask you to continually check the town's website for updates and any new information. If you wish to view tonight's live meeting only, please not join the Zoom meeting and instead go to the town's website. With that, I'd ask that you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those of you here with us tonight, in case of an emergency evacuation, please exit through the rear doors of this room to one of the staircases across the hall and continue downstairs and out through the main entrance. Please do not attempt to use the elevators during an emergency evacuation. In case of a medical emergency, the automated external defibrillator and first aid kit are both located in the hallway on this floor opposite the elevator. Restrooms are located across the hall. We will be starting this meeting with the public hearings. We have applicants and members of the public here with us live and also standing by via Zoom webinar, which is being moderated by CTV. CTV will mute the speakers on Zoom until it is their time to give testimony before the board. Please be patient. If you find that you are having difficulties accessing the hearings, please visit the town clerk's meeting portal and click on the instructions link. A reminder that applicants, agents, and members of the public speaking, other than attorneys, will be sworn in, will state their address for the record, and will offer their testimony as it relates to the application before the board. We have very few items that are being adjourned tonight on the agenda, so we ask members of the public who speak to keep their comments limited to 3 minutes. Unless otherwise stated at the end of each hearing, all of these applications will remain open for written comments for all purposes until July 1st, 2022. Those comments can be addressed to the Board Secretary Candace and sent via email, mail, and or dropped off at Town Hall. With that, I'd ask for a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Tudhill.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Minutes are approved. And next, we are going into adjournments.
Okay. So the first adjournment on the agenda this evening is going to be case 6. I'll move that we, this is 110 Gaia LLC, 110 Gaia Road, Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-49-1-3.3. I'll move to adjourn that to our August 4th meeting.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Next one is item 9 on the agenda, which is Kim R. Lester, 17 Allenson Lane, Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-323-5-9. I'll move to adjourn that to our August 4th meeting.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Item 10 on the agenda is Kai Sturman and Mary T. Ryan, 77 Reeves Bay Trail in Flanders, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-122-3-28. I'll move to adjourn that to our August 4th meeting.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Then on his decision calendar, the following decisions will be adjourned to our July 7th meeting. Dilip Patel, Janet Zimmerman, Adios Holdings, Nicholas and Luz Cardaris, 1240 Ocean LLC, and the Colonel's Way LLC.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And then also on the decision calendar, I will move to reopen Donald Bouchard and Deborah Bouchard.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill.
Aye?
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, reopened.
Yeah, we opened it to accept written submissions, and with that being done, I'll make a motion to close with a determination later this evening.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
And then Jean Mark Chalian and Jarashi da Silva. I'll move to reopen to accept written submissions.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill?
Aye.
Mr. Daly?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Ms. Kern?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, reopened.
Now I'll move to close it with a determination later this evening.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So before we get onto the agenda, I just want to ask a couple of things for all of you who are here. If you can do us a favor and silence your cell phones or turn them off if you have them on you because they interfere with our recording equipment. In addition, if you are inclined to speak to one another in the audience, when you're not before us, but when you're in the audience, you can do us a favor and go into the hallway to speak because that also interferes with our recording equipment.
Okay, item 1 on the agenda is Lee Skolnick, 50 Round Pond Lane in Sag Harbor, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-26-2-2.16. Applicant requests relief from Town Code 330-115D, continuance for a principal rear yard setback of 44.6 feet, where 63.1 is permitted for an attached two-story addition to an existing dwelling on a non-conforming lot, and any other relief necessary.
Is, yeah, I don't see Dennis Downs or anybody here.
He may be on Zoom. I think he was on Zoom.
Oh, is that right?
Okay?
I don't even know how to talk to the person in the back. I don't know how to talk to them.
Yeah. Well,
You have to ask the guy if anybody's raising their hand.
yeah, apparently. This is our first interactive meeting, so this is a bit of an experiment in progress you're witnessing. It's gonna go great.
So far, so
I
good.
was on the other side on Tuesday. I was on Zoom on Tuesday for the town board meeting.
Yeah.
They were
Hello,
like,
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Well, yes, I can hear you, Dennis. We just can't see you.
I can't see you, I can see the board, but you evidently can't see me, but it's all right.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so it's an irregular piece of property in the sense that it's got 78 feet of frontage on Round Pond Lane, they're in the curve. So we had a lot of trouble with the building department trying to figure out what's the front yard, side yards, et cetera, on this, and the determination was this proposed addition, 24 by 18, is actually in a rear yard, would be 44.6 feet, where the code requires a little over 60 feet. So I consider it a minor type variance. We're almost 45 feet away from the neighbor. Their house is set back even further from the common boundary line, so there should be no interference with the neighbor, and the neighbor has not offered any objections as far as I know.
Okay.
Unless they're here tonight.
And Dennis, I guess there's a hardship on the property, a reason that the relief is being requested?
Well, the difficulty basically is these wetlands.
Right.
They occupy considerable amount of the, call it the southwest portion of the property. So it moved all the construction north. Now, the original house was built when this was zoned R40, and that was the subdivision for that at the time. And then because of the wetlands, the town then upzoned it to CR 200, which put a lot of restrictions on the property between the setbacks in the CR 200 versus the wetlands. It really consolidates all the construction in the area where we're showing it. I mean, there's really no other place that you could add this addition that it would be useful to the homeowner, where it would connect with the existing building.
Okay. And you indicated that the most impacted adjacent property owner is not opposed?
As far as we know, the Bonnie and Ray Mahoney have no objection. That's what I was told a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us?
I put the 5 points in the application, so I don't think you want to listen to that all over again, but, you know, the difficulty is that if you put that addition anywhere else, it's not gonna match up with the rest of the room, so that you got a flow from one room to another.
Okay, okay.
I was at the property yesterday, and I did a visual inspection of it. I have a clear picture in terms of what they're proposing, and I don't have a problem with it.
Dennis, we did get some comments from Marjorie Riley, building inspector. I don't know if you've seen them already, but I just wanted to read them into the record. So here's what we got. Number 1, revised plans for the proposed addition shall be submitted to verify compliance with pyramid height taken from the average natural grade. 2, elevations were not provided for the proposed detached one-story garage. As such, compliance with all regulations from the Town of Southampton code shall be required. 3, the survey shall be revised as follows. 1, remove the rear yard area line shown across the property, east to the west. 2, remove 50 feet, 50 looks like minutes, 1 foot minutes, 125 feet total line located on the east side of the property. And 3, indicate where the lot depth was taken in order to confirm the 0.3 calculation. And 4, the plans for the proposed addition show the second-story art studio with a sink, counter, and storage area. This area shall not be used for cooking. So anyway, that's what we got from Marjorie. If you can maybe reach out to her just to make sure that what you submitted doesn't need to be revised to address her concerns.
I've already spoken to the building inspector, and we did provide her with the maps that removed the lines that she didn't want on them. And I think we're in compliance. Lee Skolnick is an architect himself, very well known, and he's the owner. And he tells me that his drawings do conform to the code. So we will be submitting the actual construction drawings after this meeting.
Okay, very good. Appreciate it. Just wanted to make sure it was being taken care of or has already been taken care of. It sounds like it pretty much has.
Understood. Thank
Okay. Any other questions of members of the board? Is there anyone from the public? I'm going to start with people who are here in person. Is there anyone from the public here who would like to be heard in connection with the application of Slotnick? This is for property located at 50 Round Pond Lane in Sag Harbor. Is there anyone on Zoom who is waiting to be heard in connection with the application of Skolnick for property located at 50 Round Pond Lane in Sag Harbor? If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand. Yeah. We have no.
We have lack of communication.
Charlie, you see any hands?
No hands.
Thank you.
It is Kevin.
It's Kevin.
Whatever, I don't know who his name is.
Okay, no.
Seem-
Doesn't even hear us.
Okay. I
The
don't
wizard.
know. I don't know.
Charlie heard me.
No hands.
Is there a way to leave the door open, maybe?
I don't know, but we have to be able to
No one's raising
check.
their hands.
So no hands?
No hands.
Okay, all right.
No hands.
Okay. If not, Mike, it's yours.
Sure, I did not get the dates for written submissions and decisions.
7-1 written submission, 7-7 decision.
Okay, so we will close this public hearing, leaving it open for written submissions until July 1st, 2022, with a decision on July 7th, 2022.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Daly?
Aye.
Ms. Kern?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
No problem. Have a good rest of your night.
7-1 and 7-7. Yeah. Decision there. Yeah. Okay, item 2 on the agenda is Donna McKinney, 19 Sherwood Road in Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-254-4-6. Applicant requests relief from Town Code 330-83 C, yards, and 330-76D, placement of accessory building structures and uses in all districts to allow an existing detached garage to be located within the required minimum and total side yard for the principal building as a result of a new addition to the rear of the existing dwelling and any other relief necessary.
Thank you. Great.
Okay, good evening. Swear you in unless you're an attorney, and you can have a seat if you want. Okay.
What is jurisdiction?
No,
Mr.
I'm sorry. Yeah, have a seat right there.
That works.
Mr. Chairman, what is
Okay, can you
jurisdiction?
just state your name and address for the record?
Dan Reinhardt, 26 Halleck Lane, Rocky Point, New York, 11778.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you tell us about the application?
Yeah, so my client has a addition that they constructed. The existing garage is within the allowable side yard of the new addition. The addition was constructed where it was because it's actually the only feasible space to connect to the existing program as well as comply with all the other side yard setbacks and front yard setbacks. So essentially, we're seeking relief to maintain the existing garage that is already constructed.
Right. So I mean, when I reviewed the application, it occurred to me that maybe they did not realize when the application was submitted that it would do this, that it would end up, you needing variance relief for the as-built
Correct.
existing garage. So was that the case, that they understood, or was it a surprise when?
No, it was a surprise, and that's why we're trying to maintain the garage. Obviously, it's a hardship to demolish the garage, and there's really no feasible way to relocate the garage. So,
Okay. All right, so basically the circumstances led to your having to get a variance. You did an addition essentially, and the addition resulted in an unforeseen circumstance being it switched the yards in terms of the garage.
correct.
Okay, but the garage has been there for a long time.
Yeah, and it's all legalized. It has a CO. We did existing plans as part of the application for the garage, so.
Okay, all right. We have a minor building department comment that you may have already seen, I'm not sure. But anyway, this is what we got. This is from Marjorie Riley, Building Inspector. Survey shall be revised to verify compliance with total lot coverage. And 2, the existing garage legally benefits from certificate number A01534. So we already know about the existing garage, but were you in touch with the building department about the survey at all?
So we had submitted a survey showing the addition and the lot coverage, and then the architectural drawings also show that. So I don't know if it was that they didn't get the latest survey, but I do have an extra copy of the latest survey.
It's entirely possible
Okay.
that they got it and you covered this issue, but if you can, just double check with Marjorie Riley in the building department.
Perfect. Yeah.
If it turns out that she needs you to revise the survey, then you just make the revision. You can submit that in a written submission.
Yep, we can get that submitted right away.
And what is the total lot coverage? That's
Total
what
lot.
you wanted on the survey.
Yeah, total lot coverage is 1,980 square feet. We're allowed 4,000 by zoning regulations.
Okay.
So we're well under it.
Okay, I think that's what you wanted on the survey.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
So you just need to.
I'll reach
note
out to
that
the
on
surveyor
survey.
unless,
Well, reach out to
Reach
Marjorie.
out to Marjorie, so you
Okay.
know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah.
perfect, thanks.
We just want to make sure, because otherwise, if we, we don't fix this now,
Yeah,
we're going to have
it's
to do
gonna
it
be
later.
another problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So I'll reach out to her and we'll get it addressed.
Okay,
Okay.
very good.
Perfect.
Okay. Any other questions of members of the board? Is there anyone from the public who is waiting to be heard this evening in connection with the application of McKinney? This is for property located at 19 Sherwood Road in Hampton Bays. If this be the time if you'd like to speak with us, would be the time to let us know. Okay. Is there anyone who is waiting to be heard on Zoom this evening in connection with the application of McKinney? This is for property located at 19 Sherwood Road in Hampton Bays. If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand. And we have no way of
No
knowing.
one's raising their hand.
There we go.
He just
No
said
hands?
no one's
No
raising
hands,
their hand.
okay, very
All
good.
right.
Okay,
Where's
all right.
that
If
voice
not,
coming
The wizard.
okay, we're good.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Okay, Helen, it is yours.
I visited the property. I have no problem with this application. We'll leave it, close the public hearing, leave it open for written submissions till July 1st, with a decision on July 7th.
Second.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Have a good rest of your night. Sure.
Okay, item 3 on the agenda is Flying Point Estate LLC, 14 Flying Point Road in Watermill, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-132-3-22.1. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code. 1, relief from Town Code 330-167J, specific types of variances to grant a special use permit to allow a historically significant single-family dwelling to be relocated on the premises while a new single-family dwelling is constructed until such time that the proposed two-lot subdivision is approved. And 2, relief from Town Code 330-11, Residential Districts Table of Dimensional Regulations for proposed Lot 1, a lot area of 27,557 square feet, where 60,000 square feet is required, and 2, a lot width of plus or minus 143 feet, where 150 feet is required. Applicant also requests that CR 40 zoning applies to both lots. In the alternative, applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code. 1, Town Code 330-11 for the following on proposed Lot 1. A principal front yard setback of plus or minus 60 feet where 80 feet is required, and a principal rear yard setback of plus or minus 62 feet, where 100 feet is required for the relocated historically significant single-family dwelling. 2, for an accessory side yard setback of plus or minus 22 feet where 30 feet is required for a proposed pool house. And 3, for an accessory side yard setback of plus or minus 25 feet where 30 feet is required for a proposed attached garage. And for proposed Lot 2, 1, a principal front yard setback of plus or minus 60 feet where 80 feet is required, and a principal rear yard setback of plus or minus 70 feet where 100 feet is required for a proposed dwelling. And 2, an accessory side yard setback, an accessory side yard and rear yard setback of plus or minus 20 feet where 30 feet is required, and an accessory front yard setback of plus or minus 70 feet where 90 feet is required for a proposed tennis court. And 2, Town Code 330-76D, placement of accessory building structures and uses in all districts, and Town Code 330-83C, yards, to allow the proposed tennis court to be located within the required minimum total side yard for the principal dwelling, and any other relief necessary. That's all I got.
Okay. We have jurisdiction?
He's next door.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
He's next door. I think he's in the other room.
David's next door?
I think the officer is
We have to make sure we have jurisdiction before we can start.
Sorry.
Okay.
Did we go that quick?
All right.
Kathleen, wait a minute. I think the architect has to give me the,
Let me get it.
Affidavit.
He's out in the hallway.
You have his?
Okay. And Kathleen, you have the affidavits?
Candace is
Yeah,
checking.
okay.
yes, let me just go, yes, he emailed it to me. I have it.
Okay, board is jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Who's here on behalf of the applicant?
Well, I'll give a quick introduction, I guess, so you can get set up. This is a,
I just have to swear you in.
oh, okay, go ahead.
You can state your name and address, please.
David A. Wilcox, Setauket, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Tell us what you'd like to
Good
tell us.
evening, Board. For some of you that don't know, I'm the Town Planning Director, and I'm here on behalf of the Town Landmarks Board. There's an echo here.
There it is. We have no feedback.
So, the Landmarks Board had this property in front of them for a demolition referral, and they recognized the importance of the house, and they recommended that the house not be demolished, and suggested that the town look for a way that we could preserve the house. So one of the options in the town code, I'm sorry I'm out of breath because I wasn't ready for this, but is for the zoning board to grant special relief in connection with historic landmarks. So this house does qualify for landmarking, and the proposal, and I'll let the applicant talk more about it, but the proposal is to simply move the house over onto a second lot, which would need variances for the planning board to subdivide, and the applicant would then landmark the structure and do a renovation of it. That's just, I guess the key that I want to say is the Landmarks Board and the Department of Land Management are supporting this proposal. This was something that we asked the applicant to do. This is not something they had any intention or desire to do, but when the town convinced them that this was something that we would like to see done, they've been working with us from day one to see if it can happen. So that's it. If you have any questions, I'll just turn it over to the applicant's architect.
Okay. Any questions?
I do have some, I don't know how many of you seen the picture of the house, but that's the house right there. Kathleen can pass it down.
I've actually seen that house.
Okay. All right, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Evening, sorry. Ryan Kessner, architect,
Okay, and I just have to swear you in, Ron, so you can just state your address.
509 County Road 39, Southampton.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us about the application?
Sure. This application was for Mr. Jason Kahn. Originally, he was going to do a compound on here with his house, a pool, tennis, and a small rec building. There is a house on there that's from, they were thinking about the 1850s or so, in quite disrepair right now. The floors are rotting, the foundation's not in a good place. There's a tree actually growing through the garage at the moment. So originally we were going to demolish the house and do this compound for him. The town, in all haste, turned around and asked Mr. Kahn to please preserve the house. And we said, okay, we'll consider it. And we worked out some little nuances and things of that nature. One of the things was we wanted to subdivide the lots to have his own house and the second house. In doing so, that created us to go back to, or originally it was a CR40 zoning, which we completely complied to. But once we subdivide a lot, we wind up in CR60. So right now, our setbacks all conform to CR40, as it was in the previous application. We have full support from the town. I have letters from the neighbor over here that you can see as well. And that's really the whole story of it. We're trying to preserve a piece of history here. And, you know, that's really what it's at.
Okay. And I know in the application, it looks like there are, you know, kind of two sets of relief. One for if we grant the status and the other if we don't, in terms of which way we go. But either way, you're looking for us to find a way to be able to have this house preserved.
We're looking to work with the town, where we've done everything we can to accommodate everybody's needs. A big round of applause needs to go to Mr. Wilcox. I mean, he's been incredible. Along with the other members that have been on his team, you know, Janice as well has been instrumental in getting us to this point. Everybody's in favor of this. Everybody's worked as hard as they possibly can. To put this in perspective, you know, he had asked us to make some amendments to this application, which we originally put in. We did it in a couple hours and we got it back to you. So that's how serious we are about making this go forward and doing it the right way by the town.
Okay. Any questions from members of the board?
So as I understand it, if the board were to grant the CR40 zoning, you have no setback issues or any other?
I have no setback issues, but I will have rear yard lot coverage issues.
On which lot?
I believe on this one because of the tennis, on the bigger lot, and actually on both of the lots, we're gonna have them. But we wouldn't originally have had them with the single lot.
If you go with the single lot, that's the alternative that you're proposing.
And we take the house and we shove it in a bucket and we say goodbye.
Right.
What's the size of that tennis court over there?
It's actually substandard, so it's 60 by 112 right now. Typically, you do 60 by 120.
We do 55 by 110 when setback relief is necessary, or rear yard lot coverage.
Okay. I think we can make that concession.
Is it sunken and or screened?
Which would the town prefer?
Both?
We're willing to work with you, okay? So if that's what you want, then we will certainly help you
Well,
out.
yeah, it's and I only mention it because, tennis courts make noise.
Sure.
And so it's basically intended to reduce the impact.
Sure, of course.
And we are, granting, relief for it.
We'll screen the whole thing with whatever you want. I mean, we'll put up green giants or whatever you want around it to mitigate the noise.
Okay.
We're fully aware
Okay.
of the impact that can have.
Okay. All right.
Would that tennis
Yes.
court have needed relief if it was one single lot?
No. One single lot, we had everything conforming, everything worked. This is strictly because the town came to us, asked us to preserve a house, which we are happy to do with certain conditions, obviously. He has an investment here right now that he's trying to make money on. It doesn't make sense for him to, shrink his house, shrink this, that, the other thing, and the numbers just don't work for him. And the amount of money that we're actually gonna wind up spending to preserve this house, because it has substandard structure and rot, among other things, is gonna be extraordinary in the first place. So we're gonna do everything we can to keep it part of Southampton history.
It is definitely in bad repair. There's no
Unbelievable.
question, yeah.
You walk across the floor and it's
Well,
not
why would you even go in it? Is my question. I mean,
Well-
really, it's in bad repair, no
Yeah,
question.
but we will take care of that. We will shore it up. We'll make sure that everything is up to code. And we could bring it up to building code, Some of the windows would have to be replaced for egress purposes and things of that nature. I believe we could get a HERJ rating to work in there right now, because we're gonna be over the 50% threshold where we're gonna need one. So, in addition to what we put in the walls, we could also put something on the outside so we can reskin the house as well.
The other thing I just want to mention is in this first set of relief at the end, applicant requests, as Susan just mentioned, the CR 40 zoning apply to both lots. I tend to not want to switch zoning around. I tend to instead, would rather grant the variance relief that's needed, but that's just me. So I just want to mention that. Either way, the question is how we get to the result that you're looking for, which is to preserve this, this house. But it's only in certain instances that we've done that. So again, I'm only speaking for myself, but I just want to mention that from my perspective. I'm not sure if that's the way I want to go in terms of coming up with a solution or a resolution to this here. in
So
terms
the
of
alternative would keep the CR 40 of 60, is that correct?
It would.
The alternative, the
Yeah, it would be.
second alternative.
Correct. The second alternative, and I believe that's how it's written, so it's based on us not doing that, then you would need all this individual setback relief. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's just based because we were using the original zoning
Yeah.
from that, and it's really, it wasn't our intention originally to subdivide this lot or do anything. It
right.
was a request from the town that we're trying to work with the town.
But both alternatives require the subdivision.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We have some comments. Let me see. Yeah, we do. We have quite a few comments. This is from Sean McDermott, our Chief Building Inspector. I'm not sure if you've seen these already, but I'm going to just read them into the record.
Sure.
And maybe you've addressed the issues already. I'm not sure. So anyway, this is what we got. Number one, floor plans and elevations not available at the time of review. As such, compliance with height could not be verified for the proposed dwelling on proposed lot 2, and compliance with parking spaces could not be verified. 2, overall height shall be taken from the average natural grade, and the survey and elevation shall be provided in accordance with the following. This is basically to make sure that the pyramid is done pursuant to NAB 1988 by indicating elevations taken at corners of all sides, the solid wall adjacent to the nearest street. So they want to make sure that the pyramid was calculated correctly. This information shall be submitted in order to verify the accuracy of the diagram pyramid calculations. Note the average elevation, the setback from the property line, the amount of encroachment, cubic feet and square feet, the height of the building structure, and all cardinal points must be indicated on the elevation drawings. 3, total lot coverage shall be broken down to indicate all buildings and structures used in calculation. It shall be noted that total lot coverage includes roofed buildings and structures only. 4, plot plan, in parentheses, site plan, shall indicate name of the surveyor and date of survey used to create plot plan, in parentheses, site plan, and indicate setbacks to all buildings and structures. Lot area and lot coverages on plot plan and survey shall refer to CR 60 zoning regulations. 5, add rear yard calculations to plot plan, in parentheses, site plan. And 6, the lot width shall be shown on the required principal front yard setback of 80 feet in order to confirm the lot width variance being requested. So, anyway, they want to make sure that everything is calculated correctly. And
Everything's been addressed there,
I understand.
and
What's the date on that survey?
has been, the survey is dated February 2nd, 2022, by Scalisi Land Surveying.
I have one February 18th, 2022.
Well, if you submitted it recently, it may not have gotten to us.
Okay.
Everything's been resubmitted, this whole package has been resubmitted.
Okay.
It was resubmitted, again, during that 1 hour, 2 hours that we redid this whole thing.
Actually, Ryan, could you tell them the date of your site plan? I think she's looking for.
I'm looking at the site plan, sorry.
Revision dates on the
Oh,
side?
the revised, issue for ZBA was 5/27/22, and revised for ZBA was 6/3/22. So you may be looking at an
Yeah,
old.
we have it.
Do we have it?
Yep.
Oh, wait, it's the big one.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
I guess we believe you have the-
Basically, if you see this note up at the top, that's the most recent one.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, very good. Okay, any other questions from members of the board? Is there anyone from the public who is waiting to be heard in connection with the application of Flying Point Estates LLC, care of Jason Kahn? This is for property located at 14 Flying Point Road in Watermill, and this is in person. Yes, if you want to, you can either come up or have a seat, whatever you prefer. Sure. And unless you're an attorney, I just have to swear you in. If you need to state your name and address.
Victoria Khan, 107 Woolley Street, Southampton.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, you can give us your comments.
I'm also a member of the Landmarks Board, and I've worked with Dave Wilcox on this. Our entire board is very supportive. I just wanted to reinforce to this honorable commission that the reason we've spent so much time and effort on this application is it's a beautiful house. It is in disrepair, Susan, you're absolutely correct. But this developer has is experienced, very experienced in working with historic properties. In fact, you can see one of his recent works right here, almost across the street at 1 Woolley Street. He was the developer for that property. He did a beautiful job on that. He's also worked at length with the Landmarks Commission in New York City on multiple projects. This is a house that I think has lovely details, is definitely worth preserving, meets a landmark status, and we would really like your consideration. I know this is an unusual application. I know it's a lot of attention to the setbacks and whatnot. But I think this is a very good solution, a workable solution that would enable preservation of a home that is, I think, it adds a lot of character to Southampton. And remember, if you will, please, that the applicant originally submitted an application to demo the property. And it was thanks to David Wilcox and his team, along with the members of our board, that looked for a creative solution. How could we work together? And I think this is a very good example of a developer working in the best interests of the town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who's waiting to be heard in connection with the application of Flying Point Estates LLC, care of Jason Kahn? and that is in person. Is there anyone who is waiting to be heard on Zoom in connection with the application of Flying Point Estates LLC, care of Jason Kahn, again, for 14 Flying Point Road in Watermill? If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this will be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
We have 2 people.
Okay? Hello. Okay, good evening. Unless you're an attorney, I just have to swear you in. If you can state your name and address for the record?
Jason Kahn, 1 North Frontier, Brooklyn, New York, 11249.
Can't hear.
Yeah, Jason, the volume is so low we can barely hear you. I don't know if you can raise the volume at all?
What was his last name?
Kahn, Jason Kahn.
Oh, it's Jason Kahn. Oh, it's the owner. Sorry.
Any better?
Not much. I'm not sure if they can, we're gonna see if on our end we can help. Hold on.
We don't have a
No.
MacBook, so I put it on all.
Okay.
clicker.
I don't know if maybe if you spoke closer to the microphone, maybe that might help a little.
Gotta talk louder.
Okay.
Would it help if I put them on my phone?
All right, is this
I
any
don't know.
better?
Okay.
This is any better now?
Well, we can hear you. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, well, good evening, and again, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present this application, and thank everyone for your hard work on this. As mentioned, you know, this originally, being in preservation work myself for 20 years, and having just done a sensitive restoration in the village, my heart was to restore, but again, we find ourselves in a crazy world of hyperinstallation and crazy charges for labor, material, everything you can name it. So, you know, the decision was made to demo because of those variables. But, you know, with the hard work, and I have to really thank the land management team, especially Mr. Wilcox, and of course the landmark board of the town, for their passionate pursuit of preservation, and it's very admirable. And of course, got someone like me to rethink the whole thing to save this house. And I do believe it's a worthwhile endeavor. We've done it, you know, done preservation for quite some time, and I believe these homes are worth saving and really intrinsic value to the town. So I want a heartfelt thanks to everyone, and you know, I appreciate your time.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments. Do appreciate it. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but the system is sort of working, at least so far. And also want to thank you for putting the effort into all of this with what is to preserve a historic structure.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
No problem. Any other questions from members of the board? Okay, all right.
To him? No.
No? Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I know we had a
There's
second
another
person.
Hey, Katie, maybe if you bring it up to like 40 or something? I mean, I know 15.
No, this is working, but
It doesn't seem to make a difference.
we'll see if the next
We'll
person
see.
comes on.
We'll see. Okay.
We need the next person.
Yeah.
Kevin, is there anyone else for Zoom? Okay.
There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Chris, but we can't see you. Anyway, I just have to swear you in unless you're an attorney. So if you state your name and address for the record,
Sure. Christopher Diamond, 89 Ridge Road, Southampton, New York.
and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, give us your comments, please.
Sure. I just wanted to, I'm here to support this application. The home in question that is being preserved is a family home of my family. It's something that, you know, we're grateful that Mr. Wilcox and Mr. Kahn have, you know, really done some time to figuring out ways to preserve this property, and I just wanted to come and voice my support for their plan to preserve the property and hopefully, you know, get whatever variances that are needed to make this happen. I know a lot of hard work went into it, and it would be great to see the home be preserved.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. Any questions? Okay. If not, have a good rest of your night.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, unless there's anything else that you want to add, I think
There's one more person.
there's one more person, okay. Somehow the regular just Zoom meetings are smoother altogether. Hybrid's a little tricky.
We'll have to get better at it.
We'll get better at it, I'm sure.
Good evening. Sorry, can
Yes.
you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you, we can see you. I just have to swear you in unless you're an attorney. So if you can state your name and address for the record,
Julie Green, 30 Wildwood Road, Sac Harbor, New York.
and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
You just answer to spell her last name. I can't
Can you just spell your last name, please?
Greene.
Okay, all right, thank you. And if you can give us your comments.
Sure. I just want to let you know that I'm Southampton Town Historian, and I am here tonight to agree with this preservation plan for this house. As a town historian, I'm kind of in charge of preserving the town historic resources, paper documents, headstones, anything that can further keep our history alive in the town, and preserving this house and making it and moving it to save it. I'm all for. I just wanted to come here tonight to listen in and give you my view. So thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you so much for your comments.
Sure.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, so unless you'd like to say a few words?
I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that's been helping us along the way. Landmarks, zoning, planning, everybody else. This is not something that gets done by one person. It gets done by a group of people, and outstanding work by everybody.
Okay, all right, well, thank you so much. Okay, Susan, it is yours.
Okay.
Could I just ask a
Yes.
question?
Yes.
Could we just have a brief discussion on whether or not, how we approach making the decision on to grant the R40 zoning or the relief based on R60 zoning? Katie or Anthony, do you have any feedback?
Yeah, I mean, typically the board doesn't just give a zoning district, you know? You ask for specific setbacks for the structures, which is why we kind of did it both. When these guys had gone to the building department, they thought that they could use the underlining zoning, which is whatever it is, the CR40. And so that's how the setbacks were arrived at, and that's how the building envelopes were determined. And then when we started talking about it, we realized that once it's subdivided, they don't automatically get that relief. But typically, the board grants the setback relief, not the flat-out zoning.
Right. In certain instances, in the past, we would do it, and I remember Herb actually used to do it
Correct.
from time to time.
Correct.
And the thing about it is, on the one hand, if you leave the zoning the way it is, they're gonna need relief for just about anything else they do on the lot. On the other hand, if you switch the zoning to, another zoning classification, you're really freeing them up to do things that we may not anticipate, in terms of what could happen, what would be permissible on a lot. So in a way, leaving it the way it is allows us to keep an eye on it, and to an extent.
That's usually my recommendation, is to just grant the setbacks and not the zoning.
Even if it's a lot of setbacks, I mean, I would rather grant more setback relief than change the zoning.
change the zoning,
But
yeah.
again, that's just me.
Thank you.
But that's my thought process.
Good, I appreciate that, thank you.
No problem. Okay.
Okay, so I am going to move to close the public hearing. Written submissions due July 1st, with a decision on July 7th.
Second?
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill. Aye. Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all for being here, greatly appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night.
Item 4 on the agenda is 625 Butter Lane Homestead LLC, Agricultural Reserve, Attleboro, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-1 21-1-17.7. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the town code for proposed animal shelters on an agricultural reserve property. Excuse me, 330-79A1, agricultural, gardening, and animal husbandry. To allow animal husbandry on a site 9.054 acres, 8.89 acres not counting the flag, where a minimum of 10 acres or more is required. 330-79A2, for animal house buildings, Label B, on plans prepared by Thomas McGehee Pfeiffer, architect, dated 1/26/22. 1, to allow a proposed animal housing building located on the north side of the property to be located at a side yard setback of 62.3 feet on the north side of the property and a rear yard setback of 128 feet on the west side of the property, where a minimum side yard and minimum rear yard setback of 200 feet is required, respectively. 2, to allow a proposed animal housing building to be located south of the greenhouse, a side yard setback of 143.3 feet on the south side of the property, and a rear yard setback of 118 feet on the west side of the property, where a minimum side yard and a minimum rear yard setback of 200 feet is required respectively. And 3, to allow a proposed animal housing building to be located southeast of the greenhouse, a side yard setback of 145.6 feet on the south side of the property, and a rear yard setback of 170.5 feet on the west side of the property, where a minimum side yard setback and a minimum rear yard setback of 200 feet is required, and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction?
Evening.
Good evening. For the applicant, my name is John Bennett, and I'm a partner at Bennett & Reed, 212 Windmill Lane, Southampton, New York. And Bailey Larkin, another lawyer from the office, is with me. As was stated in the notice that Mr. Tuttle read, there's a couple of items for relief here. One thing I am going to ask you to superimpose over this entire request for relief is the very substantial law based not only on case law but your own town code about right to farm, and how you really have to demonstrate some significant impact to get over the right to farm. As a matter of fact, as I'll discuss a little further, farming is deemed in the town code, and I'll give this the actual sections on it, not to be considered a nuisance or interference. So that is very probative as to what we're doing here. The property is 9.54 acres. The town code, for some strange reason, requires 10 acres. I don't know why, but it does. So we need a little bit of relief there. It's meeting 9/10 of the requirement. That's what Anderson, who I still refer to in the zoning books, Anderson on zoning was the predecessor to Serkin or Selkin, right? Anderson used to refer to that as a variance. When you meet 9/10 of the relief, that's de minimis as a matter of law. So again, I can't imagine that would be too much of a problem here. The town code, for some reason, and I'm going to suggest that this is, not suggesting, I'm going to demonstrate to you by case law and administrative rulings that this 200-foot setback for animal housing, as it were, is unreasonable. I'm not. You don't have the power to void out those regulations, but you do have the power to grant the variance from those regulations, and that's what we're going to ask you to do right now. So we need some relief. The animal shelters, the closest one is 62.3 feet from the side yard, where 200 is required, and 118 feet from the rear yard, where 200 is required. The Ag Reserve was created through the subdivision of World Peas back in 1996. I don't even have to tell you sometimes I say when I was a kid, this was all farmland. When I was an adult, this was farmland. This was the Brennan Farm. The Hampton Day School was to the north. 2 of my 5 children went to the Hampton Day School. This was all farmland. It was actively farmed, and that's going to be important because the town code definition talks about activities that happened and predated residential use in the area. This is an area that was always farmed. You don't need to know that much about the history of Bridgehampton to know that Butter Lane was primarily an area that was farmed. I find myself in a little bit of a surrealistic world when this area that was always farmed and people come out and buy houses next to ag reserves and then shockingly don't want farming going on there. So it makes me sort of scratch my head and wonder whether or not we're living in an upside down universe. But be that as it may, when the ag reserve was created by the planning board, a building envelope was specifically created for agricultural structures. I will tell you, based upon my experience in being somewhat involved in this, because I was on the board of the Hampton Day School at the time, the primary concern there was for horses. That's usually why they created these areas for agricultural structures. But nevertheless, it does exist on the property. So we need relief in order to site these agricultural housing, excuse me, not agricultural housing, labor housing, farm housing within these within the setback areas contained on the map. Given the designated building envelope on the map, the shelters can't be located within the property and comply with the 200-foot setback. So we're trying to stay with what the planning board put on the map. Typically, these locations are usually as a result of input during the subdivision process. That's where it is, and that's where we're trying to site the site. But we need some help from the zoning code. There's an existing agricultural use on the property. It's heavily treed with very significant fruit trees on the property. So this is simply to add an additional agricultural use. The proposed animal shelters will accommodate alpaca, which are specifically allowed in the ag easement. We'll talk to you about that. Not only the existing alpaca, but some alpaca to be bred on the property. And there's also an aviary proposed, which right now is for chickens, but maybe for additional bird life. So the benefits sought cannot be achieved without the granting of the relief. Given the limited area designed by the planning board for ag cultures, it's not possible to comply with the setbacks for animal shelters found within the town code. But we think that this is a perfect case for which to vary those setback requirements. First of all, in terms of any impact on neighboring property owners from any sort of manure storage, we comply with the manure storage setback of 50 feet contained in the town code. That's sometimes seen as the most problematic impact from farm animals. We comply with the manure storage setback. It's not only contained within this structure setback, but it's also contained within the town code setbacks. Talking about the fact that we have 9/10 of the requirement for animal husbandry. That's what my position would be. That's a de minimis variance as a matter of law. So the relief sought is not substantial. It's in excess of 9 acres where 10 is required. The granting of these variances for these proposed agricultural structures is a type 2 action. 617.5C4 of the State Environmental Quality Review Act states that the construction and maintenance of agricultural structures are type 2 actions, not surprisingly, because the attempt is to promote farming, and it would be hard to imagine what kind of significant environmental impact agricultural structures would have. Let me have you take a look at the ag easement on the property, which specifically allows livestock. So this was created. The grant of the agricultural easement was created on the property. I have copies for the board. Thank you, Bailey, for handing them out. And it specifically allows, in addition to other farm products, livestock. That's on page 4. So we're within the terms of the easement. I don't want to belabor that.
Is that
It's-
previously
speaks for
submitted,
itself.
or is that?
No, I'm submitting it now. Yeah. so.
John?
Yes.
I was thinking maybe some of the people in the audience wish to rebut what you say, but it's very hard for them to hear in the way back. 'cause the-
Well, maybe they should move forward.
So I was thinking if you could more.
Excuse me?
Speak louder.
No, I'm much more comfortable here. I've been doing it right here for 40
Yeah,
years,
because
35 years.
I do
so I'm
think
gonna
we
stay.
have some people
Okay.
who have some concerns about
All right,
that.
so I'll speak louder.
Oh, yes.
But I'm going to stay here.
Hoping that you would,
Yeah.
knowing that there are people.
So the agricultural easement is specific in allowing livestock on the property. Then we have a copy of chapter 161 of the town code farming, which states, notwithstanding any other provision of this code, agricultural activities, I'll try to just read to you the pertinent part, are deemed reasonable and shall not be considered to be a nuisance or an interference with the comfortable enjoyment of life and property.
Quick question, John.
Yes.
You're reading from the one you just handed out?
No, right now I'm reading from
Okay.
Southampton Town Code.
Okay,
It's
but
the
the one that-
town's right to farm law.
But the one that you handed out, that's not for this property, or is it?
Yes, it is.
It
And
says-
where was the easement? You said it was noted on page 7.
4.
4.
Four.
Sorry.
Oh, yes, no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You just took the only copy I've got.
I just took the only copy I have.
The page 4, that's numbered page 4.
Numbered.
Page 4 and
Oh, all right.
just like page 5 or 6, it's highlighted.
There's
Wrong
one,
one, different one?
there's one in the packet that says Hampton Day School, and this one says Bridge Lo. That's what I'm just saying. You did submit in the packet the Hampton Day School one. This
That's
one
the
looks
right
like-
one. I'm sorry. Just,
Okay.
my apologies. That was previously submitted. Same language.
Okay.
Sorry
Yep.
about that.
Yeah,
This is just
Sorry
the
about
other
that.
one.
Sorry about
Yep,
that.
okay.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry for the confusion.
So, yeah.
So just use the one we originally submitted. It's just as helpful. No, what I was reading from is,
More helpful.
it's more helpful because it's appropriate for the property. Sorry. I apologize for the confusion. No, what I was reading from into the record was, in effect, the town's right to farm law, which states that that these uses are deemed not to be a nuisance. And that's, of course, goes into the, what are you looking for? That goes into one of the criteria for zoning, so it's no impact on the neighborhood. If you have a law that says it's deemed not to be a nuisance, it's impossible, would my position be, it's impossible for someone to claim there's some impact on the neighborhood. This is an area, it's an agricultural reserve. Everyone was aware of the fact that it was an agricultural reserve. You could have horses, you could have animals on this agricultural reserve without structures, and no one could say anything about it. We're simply trying to protect them. So they could have multiples of animals.
Folks, if you want to speak in the audience, please go out in the hallway, okay?
Can't hear.
Then if you want to come to there are a few chairs in the first row.
Could you go to the
No, I'm not
podium?
gonna go to the podium. I've been presenting before this zoning board of appeals for 35 years, sitting here. Everyone can hear it. If these people can't hear, they can move forward. If you want me, I can speak even louder.
Come
Please.
forward if you'd like, seriously,
Yeah,
if you'd like.
you can
We've got a couple of chairs.
You get chairs, you can,
Yeah,
however close you want to get. It's fine with us.
that's fine.
Yeah.
So again, if you go through the standards that are utilized in the state code for granting a variance, one is the impact on the neighborhood. You have your own town code provisions that say this is not an impact. In effect, this is not an impact on the neighborhood. They're deemed not to be nuisance. It's a minimal amount that we need in order to get the benefit that we want, which is something fairly understandable and natural, which is housing, being able to protect animals that we could otherwise have unfettered on the property, much more so than we're proposing.
Guys, part of the reason you can't hear is because people are
People are
speaking
speaking.
back there. So you have to be quiet. You can't have it both ways.
The other thing we did was we took a look at other communities where these types of regulations and these super setbacks, for some strange reason, for housing animals were put into place, and how the courts dealt with them. So if, and again, thank you for handing these out for me, Bailey. Thank you. Do you want more? Yeah. Okay.
And we have not seen this before.
You have not seen them before? No, you haven't. The first decision was in the matter of compelling compliance with provisions of of a certain section of a town code up in the town of Fremont. And in that decision, which comes out of the Supreme Court of the County of Steuben, there was a town code section prohibiting the housing of farm animals within 200 feet of side or rear yard lines, and the Supreme Court of the town of the County of Steuben found it to be per se unreasonable. So again, you don't have the power to ignore what's in the code. In other words, you don't have the power to make a declaratory judgment of what's in the code, but you do have the power to grant a variance. So the fact that courts have found these restrictions to be unreasonable is probative and of great weight in terms of whether or not you should be granting relief from the variance. In addition, of course, to the town code's specifications that these uses per se are not nuisance. Then there's a case, another case from the Department of Ag and Markets, which there was a 7.6 acre parcel, and in that case, there was an initial denial of someone's request to use that 7.6 acre parcel for, in effect, animal husbandry, and the Department of Ag and Market said that that was per se unreasonable. So that goes to the aspect of the variance that talks about the fact that we have a 9 acre parcel where the town code requires 10. And in that case, the board was actually ordered to issue a special permit. So these code sections have been deemed unreasonable, and you should respectfully take those things into account when you make a determination as to whether or not you should grant a variance. I would submit that the language of the ag easements and the decisions submitted support the requested variance for the proposed agricultural structures, then they should issue. Again, there would be nothing prohibiting anyone as a matter of law from, and this is an extreme example, you could turn this into a feedlot. You could turn this into a feedlot with, 200 pigs. No one's going to do that. But in terms of what can happen on this property, this could also be used for traditional East End farming, where there's a row crop every year with dust and application of all sorts of fertilizers and everything. So objections to this based upon what could happen on the property I find very, very confusing. This is an attempt to have a greenhouse on the property, which, by the way, the greenhouse complies with all requirements. There's no relief required for the greenhouse. And to have some relatively small housing for these animals. What are they? They are, there's one as submitted in the drawings. One of the structures is 20 by 20, or 40 by 20, excuse me, 800 square feet. The other one is 20 by 20, 400 square feet. And the other one is 15 by 15, 225 square feet. So a minimal impact and minimal footprint on this building to simply protect animals that could be there without those structures as a matter of law. Manure storage is in compliance with the code requirements. This is an ag reserve. Agriculture includes livestock and animals. There can be no argument, although I'm sure you'll hear it, that this has some sort of deleterious impact. The statute speaks to that. The statute, the town board, in following the various right to farm acts in the state of New York, has codified the fact that these are deemed not to be nuisances. We're not asking to waive the covenant. We're just asking to allow what we think are unreasonable setbacks for uses which could happen As a matter of right, you could have animals right on the line. We're simply trying to house them. And that's really all we have to say at this point. We'd obviously like to answer any question the board has and reserve the right to respond to any statements made by the public.
We're going to hear from the public shortly, but we did get a written submission that was handed to us. So I'm presuming you're going to want to have a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, it's sad. My policy is always to give that to council beforehand, but some people aren't as accommodating. But yes, of course, we'll need time to respond to that, yes.
All right. I don't think I have any questions right now because I do want to hear from the public first. But any questions, members of the board? Anthony, I'm not sure if you had any comments. Katie?
Yeah, I had a couple questions.
Sure.
It's obvious from the aerial, but just when you're looking at the survey, the rest of the lot is got trees all over it, right? That's part of the tree farm?
Yeah, fruit
Is it,
trees.
you know, from, when you
Fruit
look at
trees.
the survey, it looks like it's vacant, but from the aerial,
No,
that's
no.
all planted, right?
Substantial planting of fruit trees by the owner.
So when you are referring to like the building, you know, kind of like this building envelope that the planning board set up, does that show up? I mean, I see it's on here. Are there meets and bounds for that? Like, how was that established? I
It's
guess?
established on the subdivision map and it's been shown on the survey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it your position that if you wanted to propose something outside of that, you'd have to go back to the planning board? I mean, do you feel like it's codified that way, or is it? 'Cause
Well,
certainly it doesn't.
it's shown on the subdivision map, so if something is shown on the subdivision map, it's no different than a restriction of record. Notes on the subdivision map are deemed to be the same as covenants and restrictions.
Okay.
I mean, as a matter of fact, if you look at the typical title report, some of the amongst the exceptions you'll see is notes on subdivision map.
So Katie, was your question, would you go back to the planning board?
I just was wondering, 'cause
Redesign of the building envelope to accommodate further setbacks?
I just wasn't even sure if it was a possibility. I mean, when you look at how it's planted, it's clear it was, you know, they kind of tucked it down at the bottom, you know, to maximize the farming is my guess, but I just wondered.
I'll tell you exactly what will happen in the planning board, if I go back to the planning board, having done all sorts of subdivision work involving agricultural reserves, everyone's going to say, put the ag reserve over here, put it there, put the structures over here, put it there. So we might as well deal with it right here, particularly in light of the fact that before you is significant authority of the fact that these are not nuisance uses at all. Your own town code says that. So why send me back to the planning board when what's going to happen is everyone's going to say, so what would we put it here? Oh, no, I don't want it here. Put it here. No, I don't want it here. I don't want it here. What I'm asking you to do is to deal with it.
Well, we'd hear from them anyways, because you do need their approval, right? The special exception?
Right. Yes.
Yes.
So we'll get comments from them.
Okay, comments.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I just wondered.
So also, we did get comments from Margie Riley from the building department. So they may have already been addressed, but I just want to put them
Well, that
on
was
the
part of
record.
our request for relief, yeah.
So this is what we got. One, survey shall be revised to indicate the total lot area with and without the flag portion of the property. And two, although not part of this application, one, the legalization of the existing deer fence built without the approval of the planning and building department shall be addressed with the appropriate departments. Two, there are several violations posted by code enforcement for multiple structures built without the benefit of a building permit or planning approval. These violations shall also be addressed by the respective departments.
Well, that's one of the things we're here to do. Yeah, we're here to actually solidify these and put these in an area, number one. Number two, I'm aware that the town code on Katie might want to look at this.
I know.
On the town code on a residential lot takes the flag out. I'm not so sure that it does on an ag reserve. It's the definition of a lot in the residential code sections, but we'll look at it. That's something that I'm not so sure is accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just.
So we'll look at that.
Yeah, if you could, that would be good.
Are the existing buildings noted on this survey?
No.
No.
They are not
No.
noted.
We don't want to leave them there. We want to put them here. I wouldn't survey buildings that didn't have permits. I would just ask for them to be put in the appropriate positions.
So are you intending to use those buildings as these buildings? As
No,
the-
these will be,
You'll demolish
built-
the
Yes,
existing?
yes, absolutely. That's not a problem whatsoever.
Yeah, so you left the buildings off the survey because they don't have approvals?
Yeah, yeah.
That's not very endearing, to know that there are existing buildings there that do not have permits, in the first place.
That's what we're here. We're here to make it work and make it work legitimately, though.
And it might be a little clearer if we had, even though they don't have approvals, to have the existing buildings notated on the survey.
We can do that. We can do that, not a problem.
I would like that, yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
We can do that, not a problem.
Yeah.
We'll probably put, for purposes of speed, I'll have the surveyor go out there and put them in general areas, if it's okay. I don't.
Okay.
I want you to turn
Yes.
the mic back around.
Get to the microphone back on.
It was helpful for John, but they can't catch you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, any other questions of members of the board? I think there are a few people here who would like to be heard, so whoever would like to go first, let us know.
It's probably best to go up to the podium too, unless you have a specific reason.
Move back, please, because my husband and all the neighbors are gonna come here. It's
Can
my
you go
time.
to the podium?
I've had 3 years to wait for this, John. You've had your time. Thank you, please.
I'm not gonna ask John to move, but it's his.
Could I sit up here during John's?
You,
Crazy.
Mr. Bennett.
Do you want this
I've seen
chair?
you
I
every
can.
Applicant,
Village.
have them bring up other chairs. All of a sudden, we're doing something different than's been done for 35 years.
Okay.
okay.
And the
Sorry.
chairman has
So-
responded.
So unless you're an attorney, I just have to swear you in. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Michelle Green, 639 Butter Lane, Bridgehampton. And I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I didn't hear your name.
Michelle Green.
Oh, we've seen you here before.
Yes, I've been, it's deja vu. I'm back here 3 years later. I remember everyone too. And Katie had a very good point. The first thing that she said was that this should absolutely go back to the planning board. I gave you a huge stack, and I apologize, but I've had 3 years to prepare for this day, unlike 3 years ago where I was blindsided by the whole application. The first part is that this is an extreme variance. And Katie, I think you mentioned this before, this should absolutely go back to the planning board. And I'm gonna go back over that later. But basically, this is a self-created hardship. He's not zoned for for animal husbandry. He's not zoned for it because the planning board and the town made town code in 2011 that animal husbandry is supposed to be 10 acres to make it uniform. They changed it from 5 to 10 acres for a few reasons. So if you go back to all the talk about what does the applicant want, he does not need this. During COVID, and I just want to back up, during COVID, when everyone was scared that they were dying, he went and built all these structures surreptitiously during pause, when no one was supposed to be building. He built a chicken coop, he built alpaca housing. First he had the alpacas just walking wild with the gate open. And he did all these things because he thought nobody would know that he was doing them. He had an electrical company come, Pinnacle come, mark up the area because he was gonna bring electricity and build housing during that period. Michael Chi, Mickey Chi, and others came and stopped him. So when you look at the original World Peace subdivision back, and you look at the easement, it established this reserve, and there were only 4 houses at the time. The easement at that time specifically called for, and that's Exhibit 2, is a copy of the easement. It calls for the open spaces, it calls for the natural resources of the town of Southampton. It was not supposed to be blocked out. And yes, everyone knows if they buy a house by an agricultural reserve, they understand that there can be agriculture there. They don't understand that they can all of a sudden be the zoning change to accommodate animal husbandry and other things. The building envelope that people are talking about for an agricultural structure was made by Al Tufts after the fact. He handwritten note of a building envelope after everything was done on the assumption that the Cumbermallis, those were the previous owners of my property, were going to buy the agricultural reserve. At that time, it was a whopping $50,000, and I wish they had bought it, but they didn't. And he put the little box there because he thought the Cumbermallis would buy that land and build a shed there. We have an affidavit from Al Tuff saying that. He previously gave an affidavit stating, and that's in Exhibit 1, that, and I quote, he said, "I never imagined that anyone would contemplate placing agricultural labor housing on this rather small agricultural reserve, and that it would be a, quote, injustice to the adjacent property owners," meaning me and all my neighbors who are here today. There's a rational argument to be made that these variances should go back to the original planning board to review. It shouldn't be done here. A fresh look at this has to be taken. This is a very small agricultural reserve in the context of the now large amount of homes that are surrounding the reserve. There are not 4 homes anymore. There are a dozen homes around the reserve, and the planning board has to review this. They need to do a new site plan. They have to find a building envelope. This is very different from what it was when World Peace was first imagined. In 2018, Mr. Shapiro tried to establish housing on the agricultural reserve. The town attorney responded to this application on April 12, 2019. That's Exhibit 3 from James Burke, where he denied the housing, and he, quote, said, it's a material breach of the easement. Quote, "It's a dangerous precedent that Shapiro attempted to construct housing on an agricultural reserve, the one which will have permanently altered what little open space granted by the easement and enforced by town code currently exists in the Hamptons. To have to violate this easement now and to have agricultural, what was deemed agricultural, now have animal husbandry, and to have what we'll get to, the housing in a minute, will be forever ruined, not just this small agricultural reserve, but every other reserve that's in Southampton. And I don't think this board wants to be responsible for that. The new zoning application 2021 rather, that Shapiro just put in calls for a huge greenhouse measuring 80 by 30 feet with a height over 32 feet with 2 huge chimneys. It's an extreme variance and demands to place this 62 feet away from the property line. The greenhouse is a ruse. It's just another attempt for Shapiro to have housing. There are no plans to have a greenhouse. The greenhouse is not for commercial agricultural purposes. If you look at the exhibit from Exhibit 4 from Thomas Pfeiffer, if you just thumb through all the pages in that exhibit, you'll see what really they make, okay? They are beautiful architects in Europe and abroad, and they do conference centers. They do some houses, but mainly museums, conference centers in the tens of millions of dollars. They don't do greenhouses. And nothing about those plans that he set are a greenhouse. If you look at the exhibit that number 7 from Cornell Cooperative Extension from Suffolk County, Nora Caitlin, who's the lead agricultural person and greenhouse expert for the entire Suffolk County, they made a handwritten and a whole assessment about it, and you'll see in the plans, it is not an agricultural greenhouse. That's not what's proposed. It's housing. There are chimneys, there are fireplaces, there are skylights. It's made out of wood and glass. I have a greenhouse on my property. It's made out of metal and all glass. This is not a greenhouse by any stretch of the imagination. Basically, it's a Trojan horse. If you look at Marjorie Riley, she asked them, and that's Exhibit 5. Marjorie Riley's the new building inspector, and she outlined what was responsible for him, and I circled it in everyone's copy. He has to show all the storage and all the setbacks and everything, and he has to show the use of this. And simply saying it's a greenhouse is like saying my house is my dog house because my dog lives there. It's not a greenhouse. It's simply not. And he didn't answer any of Marjorie's comments. They're not done. Okay? So the record should indicate that those questions are still huge and unanswered. The location of the storage of manure to verify compliance, because we know that animals and manure put in storage stink, is not on there either, okay? For Exhibit 6, is a letter, if in case anyone has any doubt that this is actually housing and not a greenhouse, I have a letter that Bennett sent to Gary DePersia, who was my broker in October. I was so upset about the new plans that I saw coming in that I said, I'm just gonna sell the house. I can't live like this anymore. It's been 3 years of arguing with this man, unreasonable things, and I said, fine, I'll sell the house. Get a letter from Bennett to Gary. Gary calls me, he says, in the letter, he says that he's doing, that there be no confusion, that he's building housing. Not a greenhouse, housing. So if anyone's confused about what the plans are, Bennett put it in writing. The fact that you can go and see all these buildings already built during COVID when people were dying, he built all those structures there, and now he wants to move them away because why, he doesn't like them there? Anyway, that's just, the whole thing's absurd. And as it clearly says in the easement, no temporary or permanent residential accessory structures or buildings shall be placed or erected within or upon said premises. It couldn't be more clear. When Nora Caitlin of the Agricultural Program for Cornell Cooperative looked at this structure, she wrote, it's not a production greenhouse. A true production greenhouse is composed entirely of metal glass, not wood, and some glass, because the concept of a greenhouse is to have maximum sunlight, and ceiling is all glass. These plans show a roof, a skylight, side walls, as opposed to an open roof with sides, which is the construction of a proper production greenhouse to maximize sunlight and allow photosynthesis. The 2 masonry chimneys depicted would generally indicate fireplaces, which don't align with crop production principles. And this is all reviewed by countless people, and Nora's the head of the Suffolk County Agriculture, and that's why she gave the letter today. Anyway, the drawings by Thomas Pfeiffer are not a greenhouse. There's no precedence for a greenhouse like this in a small agricultural reserve that's truly housing. And I hope the zoning board has the same questions as these greenhouse experts. What is he growing there? Why is it built like this? These are real questions that are not answered that need to go back to the planning board. The greenhouse is not industry standard. All of the neighbors are upset. Are they gonna pollute the environment? What are they gonna have there with the masonry chimneys? What is going on? Why the chimneys are taller than all the neighboring homes? They're over 32 feet high. So this is really, truly an abuse of someone who bought a house with an agricultural easement. This is not a farmer.
There are no, I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of the use, but there are no variances requested for the greenhouse. I mean,
Right, because it's not a greenhouse, that's correct.
But there
That's
is
correct,
no-
you're correct, you're
Yeah,
completely
but
correct.
you just speak
But-
to the
but
things that they do need
You're correct,
variances
you're
for.
correctly correct, but it's not a greenhouse, and that's part of the problem.
She didn't say it wasn't.
Yeah, no, I said the greenhouse,
Yeah,
they're not
no,
asking.
no, I agree with you, Katie, I agree completely.
I'm not sure that you do, because there's no variances requested for the greenhouse.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
On the survey,
But-
it says it's a proposed greenhouse. Is it an existing
It's a
greenhouse?
proposed greenhouse.
But
Is
it's
it-
not a
Is
greenhouse.
it built?
Proposed.
It's not built.
Proposed.
It's not built.
Proposed means it's not built.
So this proposal for a greenhouse should be really referred to the Agricultural Review Board, since it's not a greenhouse. Okay, so moving right along to animal husbandry. If you look at what happened in July 26, 2011, and you look at the town code for animal laws and animal husbandry, it basically goes on to say, and I think that was Exhibit 8.
We're not here for
Excuse me.
We're not here, I don't know what.
It says, I attached a transcript of the South Handing Planning Board's town meeting about animal husbandry. And it clearly states that in the Sierra District, they've made it uniform, north and south of the highway, to avoid these problems, that you must have 10 acres. They changed the law, and in no time has it ever been changed back. At no time has a zoning relief be given in less than 10 acres. And I don't think it's gonna happen today. It's a dangerous precedent, it really truly is, about amending this code, which is not, I mean, giving him relief. This is just a wealthy neighbor who wants what he wants and doesn't need any of these reliefs. Okay, so why does Shapiro want the alpacas? It's a good question, and no one seemed to know, but I had a patient, everyone's laughing.
And
But-
folks, if we have a half-hour presentation for each one of you
No.
here, we will be here till 5 in the
I'll be
morning.
done in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, if you Google, I had a patient who came in, and it happened to be talking about tax deductions and ways to dodge taxes, and he was joking around. And he said, one of the most common ways is alpacas. If you look through all the information, alpacas are a tax dodge, and that's why he wants alpacas. Alpacas are poor economics. It's a loser. So if anyone wants to make money from alpacas, that bubble burst a long time ago. You can make about $50 from all the alpacas he has. So that's not true animal husbandry, and it's not a business, and I know he's a businessman. So just to make sure everyone knows, the maximum dollars you can make from the highest grade alpacas is $10 a pound. So for 4 alpacas, which I heard he got 2 more now, but for 4 alpacas, that's $400. I'll give him a $400 check now, his favorite charity.
But
So-
can we just stay on topic?
So I am, because alpacas are not in the easement. It says other animals, but it lists only animals, and alpacas are not one of them. Anyway, I know you want to wrap this up, so let me move fast. There's a long history of code violations. I gave you Exhibit 12 and Exhibit 13 and Exhibit 14, and I gave them to you not because you're going to go through everything, but because if you look at the long list of town violations that the codes that he's broken, it's a history, and it's a continued pattern of abuse. If you look at the letter for my landscaping, he documents all the problems that he's caused in the reserve. If you look at the exhibits in 14, you'll see all the dumping, the illegal parking. He removed soil. He built all the illegal structures and all the violations and dangers that he's done. And you go thumb through it. And while Bennett says the alpacas can roam free, that's not true. They actually were having heat stroke, and I called animal control because they were going to die like that. They have to be in controlled circumstances. You have to understand animals and talk to people who raise alpacas. This man is not raising alpacas. He doesn't know the first thing about them. They were truly getting ill there, okay? The last few things are Exhibit 15 and Exhibit 16 are Gary DePerge's letter. That's my broker, where he states that this will negatively affect my property of $1 million. Lorraine Hughes, who's been an appraiser for over 40 years in the Hamptons, she gave an estimate of 15%. My property was going for my home was going for $7.5 million. I don't know who's going to reimburse all the other neighbors for all the other property damage that's going to go around. There are 12 houses. A lot of the neighbors have asked me that. If you look at Exhibit 20, all the neighbors signed the petition, every single neighbor, around the reserve and through Butter Lane. Everyone, nobody wants it. If you look at Exhibit 19 from Stuart Cook, that's the exhibit that shows basically where he could have it. If you go back to the planning board, if he wants to have a structure that doesn't impinge and doesn't have to ask for relief, he could have some kind of agricultural structure there. I gave the actual World Peace Planning Board meeting in 1996 because I thought it was pretty telling, because it also says that there should be no building envelope in there. The last thing, and one of the most important things, is I gave the minutes from the 2018 planning work session that the previous attorneys to Shapiro had, and that was that basically I gave the minutes of that. And I'm going to quote what Jackie LaFaro said during those minutes when she was lied to by the previous attorney, who happened to be my attorney at my closing. So there was a conflict of interest, and he had to recuse himself. But basically, Jackie LaFaro said that they should move the envelope, and that she was shocked that it was basically there. And you can read word for word what she said. So in summary, basically, this is a huge, huge ask. This is not something that's necessary. This is a huge ask, and it's going to change for the 5-prong test. Will the grant of the variance cause an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood or detriment to nearby properties? Yes. I've already showed you how much money and how much it's going to ruin between the noise, the dirt, the smell. It's going to have an enormous undesirable effect. Every single neighbor signed my petition. Can the benefits be sought by some other method or an area of benefits? Yes. There is no reasonable expectation of having animal husbandry in an ag reserve. The owner of 625 Butter Lane knew that when he purchased the property. There was no reasonable thought that he would, or expectation that he would ever have this. In addition, when you look at the planning board meeting of July 25th, 1996, item 14, it says They are supposed to remove the building envelopes from the final map. In fact, the building envelope was never meant to be placed there and arguably does not conform with any setback. You can't be 200 feet back there. And that's something that we spoke to other people about, and it's not gonna, it's just not meant to be there. It was an afterthought, and we have an affidavit from the builder, from, of World Peace, basically saying, yes, it was just an afterthought because he thought my previous owners of my property were going to buy that reserve, and that's why. If you look at Jackie LaFaro, the 2018 session, she wrote.
We gotta wrap this up.
Okay, I have 2 seconds. There are
We
ways.
gotta wrap this up.
there are-
We have a whole room full of people.
Okay, there are ways to remove it. Okay,
20.
I'm sorry. Anyway, it's an extreme variance. Every single neighbor has signed this petition, and there's no legitimate reason for this inappropriate request. Thank you very much for the board for letting me speak.
Yeah, we have to. Okay, Martha?
All right.
Okay, are you representing?
Yes.
I am representing Michelle.
Okay, if you can make your comments brief, because we're not
I
going to be here till 5 o'clock in the morning. If I have to, we will continue this public hearing, and we will not have everybody speak tonight, because this is not going to go on till 3 or 4 in the morning, okay?
Thank
All
you.
right, go
Thank
ahead.
you, Chairman Grossman. My name is Martha Reichert. I represent Michelle Green, the owner of 639. I'm an associate at Toomey Latham, 33 West 2nd Street, Riverhead, New York. I want to address some of the comments that were made by John Bennett, namely that, you know, while Southampton does have a right to farm law, our code, it also, the passage that Mr. Bennett quoted said, notwithstanding other sections of the town code, right? So the other sections of the town code here treat animal husbandry differently from agriculture. Agriculture is permitted as of right in any single-family residence zone, whereas animal husbandry, right? And the code says agriculture except for animal husbandry. And then animal husbandry is a special exception permit use. And so, you know, to look at the variances that we have here, we have some very substantial variances. You know, we're looking at animal structures that are 62 feet where 200 feet is required. And although Mr. Bennett thinks that our laws are unreasonable, they are the laws that the town board adopted. Again, they revisited animal husbandry in 2011 and changed the minimum lot area from 5 acres to 10 acres. So whether it's 9 acres or 8.8 acres without the flag strip, this lot is undersized. And I did my homework, and I did my research, and this board has never granted a variance from 33079A1 for lot size. I cite several decisions in my submission to the board, and I hope you'll take a look at it. This board has only ever granted zoning relief from 33079A2, which is for the setbacks, and when it's done it, it's distinguishable. In every single case, they were for a single structure. They were to permit pre-existing agricultural structures to remain where they were in the case of a subdivision. One was a 114-acre lot, right? So they're not on point to support the variances that are being sought here, right? This application currently needs 7 variances to allow a special permit use on an undersized parcel. So if you combine all of that, this is unprecedented relief because this board has never given a lot size variance before. You know, I'd like to just briefly address that I also believe that the applicant falls woefully short of the 5-part test. First off, we've shown, I think the fact that there are 16 opposing neighbors that signed a petition, including every single abutting neighbor of the agricultural reserve, tells this board that they need to take a deeper and closer look. Everyone here is concerned about the impact on their property values, their quality of life. You know, to say that because this is a type 2 action and there's no environmental impact is ridiculous, frankly, because this parcel, in addition to being in the agricultural overlay district, is also in the aquifer protection overlay district, right? And so in the aquifer protection overlay district, there is a prohibition on the storage of solid waste, and manure counts as solid waste. There is also a prohibition in the agricultural easement held by the town of Southampton that prohibits the storage of solid waste, of garbage, of noxious materials. So to say that this compost area complies with everything is just spurious at best, right? You know, again, looking at the environmental impacts, if we're going to allow animal husbandry on this property, say this board is willing to grant the lot area variance. well, this is there's room on this parcel. In fact, these existing animal shelters that are not shown on the survey when they are required to be shown on the survey, show that this applicant can place animal shelters on this property without needing zoning relief. And the fact that, Mr. Bennett feels that they're beholden by this building envelope speaks to, really lacks I think more importantly, no matter what, this application has to go before the planning board. Under the easement, it needs to be reviewed by the planning board. As a special exception permit use, it needs to be reviewed by the planning board. As an agricultural reserve that was preserved pursuant to the subdivision process, it needs to be reviewed by the Ag Advisory Committee, it needs to be reviewed by the planning board, and the agricultural permit coordinator. So this application, in my mind, is prematurely before this board because there is such a heavier planning board component here that why not go to the planning board, especially now that we've submitted the affidavit of Al Tuff that shows that the building envelope was an afterthought placed to benefit the lot that he thought was going to buy the ag reserve. If you want to allow animal husbandry on this parcel by granting the lot area variance, then why not seek to improve this application by minimizing the amount of zoning variance relief that's needed? The neighbors to the north along Cody Way, to have a compost area 50 feet from their property line, to have animal shelters 62 feet from their property line, when 200 is needed, is to really detrimentally impact those properties. We have air quality issues, we have smell, we have noise, and those aren't things that you mitigate by adding landscaping. And just to bring it up, you're allowed a windbreak on an agricultural parcel. You're not allowed to do heavy landscape screening because, again, the easement prevents the owner from having successional growth. It's meant to be kept open as agricultural land. These are prime ag soils. This is Bridgehampton Grade A loam, which, our code speaks towards preserving. So, there is an environmental impact. There is an impact to the neighborhood. These variances are substantial, as I've already gone through, and there are other feasible methods that this applicant has refused to explore. It could go to the planning board, it could go to the Ag Advisory Committee, it could get the building envelope changed, and if it truly wants to have animal husbandry on the parcel, then why not put it in a place that conforms with this code? Finally, I would say that this is 100% a self-created hardship, and I understand under the law that that is not dispositive. However, this applicant purchased the property in 2016, I believe, so 5 years after the law was changed to require 10 acres for animal husbandry, knew where the building envelope was, and if we're going to follow that line of argument that the building envelope is a covenant, then clearly that building envelope was never intended to accommodate animal husbandry structures because you can't meet 200-foot setbacks within it. So I think this board needs to get some referrals, work with the applicant to improve this application so that the neighbors are not impacted, but at this point in its current form and with its inaccurate information, especially on the survey, I believe this application should be denied.
Okay.
And thank you.
Any questions?
I had a question about the trees. You said they were fruit trees?
Mhm.
Are they, is it fruit sold? Is it like it's sold? Apples, pears, or?
Oh, the very different.
Okay, I just
some
wanted
very-
to know
well,
that
let me- I want to
it's
respond,
used
Susan.
as
There's some-
agricultural.
There's some very exquisite, if I may, varietals of apples on the
Okay.
property. The owner takes a great pride in it.
Okay.
All right, so I know we have some other speakers. If you can do us a favor and keep to 3 minutes from this point, okay? Yep.
And if I could just make one last statement,
Sure.
this property is not in an agricultural district, right? It's in our town overlay district, but it is not in a Suffolk County agricultural district.
Okay. All right.
This is the notice requirement.
Okay, come on up, whoever would like to speak. Jeff, if you want to come up.
Good evening, board members. I'm Jeff Bragman, and I represent Meredith Berkowitz, who's one of the neighbors to the north. And I wanted to take my presentation a little out of order. I think I'm going to need more than 3 minutes, and I hope you'll give it to me because I think I can provide some clarity, and I'm trying to, in an effort to...
If you can
in an
be
effort,
brief to the extent that you can.
I will.
We've given this quite a bit of time already, and
I understand, but I'm an attorney too, and John Bennett took a pretty long time making his presentation.
He did.
I can proceed.
The applicant always gets unlimited time.
Well, I'm an attorney too, and I'd like to make a...
well, it all depends on
And
how long you want.
Well,
okay?
let's see if I can help.
Let's see how we go.
Let's see if I can help out.
All my years, you've never been brief.
These variance requests are a little bit different than typical variance requests that you see in front of this board. And that's because it arises out of an easement granted by the planning board and the development rights that were granted to the town pursuant to that easement. So there's some other statutes that come into play here. And those statutes essentially direct the Zoning Board of Appeals to wait until the planning board undertakes a review in connection with the Agricultural Advisory Board. There's basically a three-step process, and I'd like to try to take you through it. Section 330.51 discusses the acquisition of easements via subdivision approvals. And what it says is, where agricultural rights are acquired by easements imposed by subdivisions, no structures can be erected or maintained except as permitted by the Agricultural Advisory Board and the Planning Board. Simple enough, and that's reflected in the easement. It goes on to say that the approval shall be pursuant to the same procedural requirements set forth in another statute, in a previous statute, which is 330.50D2. 330.50D2 talks about the erection of structures after an easement has been granted. And what it says is that the planning board shall be empowered to issue permits for construction of buildings or structures as defined under the New York State Ag and Markets Law in accordance with the following procedure. The key item is the application filed with the planning board shall be processed in the same procedural submission requirements for site plan review. And then it names in this section 2 parts of the site plan review section. So step 3 is looking at those 2 parts. And section 330.183 is a general rule on what has to be in the application for a site plan. And section 330.184A requires a pre-submission conference. It's required. And this is not a little casual sit-down chat. This has a lot of due process protections. It has to be noticed. The public can be present and heard. There can be questions. They have to publish an opinion. It's not a casual encounter with the planning board. And it's required for any new construction, replacement of non-residential buildings or structures, including accessory buildings. It's required. Okay? Then the key point for the zoning board is in 330.184J, which says, in the case of a site plan application requiring zoning variances, which is what we have here, the property subject to the preliminary review of the planning board of the development plan must occur prior to action by the zoning board. So this legal framework is the way that the town law is drawn up to deploy all the resources that you need to answer all these questions. Is it really a greenhouse? Give it to the planning board, let the planning board get help from the Agricultural Advisory Board, and they will talk about subjects that you can't even talk about. They'll talk about whether it's too big for an 8.8 acre net property. They'll talk about whether it's typical to have a build-out that looks like that. They can also talk about the positioning on the property. They can talk about the positioning of the bathroom, which is another structure that nobody knows about that's just on this plan. They can talk about whether it's appropriate to have a playhouse. Nobody's mentioned the playhouse. It's this dramatic, sort of glamorous house for a child. It's lovely, it's beautiful, but in my opinion, it clearly violates what is appropriate recreational use of an agricultural easement as defined in Chapter 247, the open space chapter, which is where they got the subdivision approval. So the way to get out of this morass of not knowing what to do and the complaints is to follow the process, the framework that's there. Why is it relevant to you? It's relevant because in going into this, first of all, I don't think it's fair or appropriate to move forward on a case where the applicant hasn't shown us on his survey all the structures on his property that are illegal, that were put there without any permission whatsoever. We don't even see where those are. We need to see those to move forward.
And that request has been made, as you heard.
I understand.
Hopefully heard. You were in the back of the room.
I'm sorry, I've momentarily lost my place. A key issue that affects the way you review a typical zoning case is the fact that on his survey, he's reserved an area. It's 2,500 square feet, right in the middle, right? It's dead center against that rear property line. It's 80 feet long, it's 30 feet wide, and it's sort of a, don't touch me, this is an ag building. And yes, it doesn't need variances, maybe, depending on what its use is, but it's not an as-of-right building. He hasn't gotten any approval on it. He's just mapping it out, and he wants, I would suggest that it's reasonable to conclude that the applicant wants this board to play, sort of jigsaw puzzle, trying to move the pieces around where they can't intrude on that center 2,500 square feet. Well, that's ridiculous, because you can't make a determination that there's no feasible alternative that's reasonable for the applicant to pursue other than the variance that he's asking, unless you're able to move around completely on the property. And you should be able to do that. But the way he's presented it, it's like you can't touch that center area. That's not how you review a case. As you know, in cases in front of the zoning board frequently, the way that you answer these problems about them not fitting and needing big variances is you make determinations about the size. Well, that may be easy to do when it's a house. Guy comes in, I want 12 bedrooms and I need 5 variances. You say, we'll give you 4 bedrooms and 2 variances. Okay. But here, you need some specialized knowledge to know if that greenhouse is too big, to know if it relates to the property, to know if it's functional. And that's the reason that framework is so important. It's the reason you should stop and do nothing here and make this applicant follow the law that the town board enacted. It's a carefully enacted framework, and it will answer all the questions. And if and when he comes back, then you can say, well, is this really the best he can do? Is there another feasible alternative? Because the people that know agriculture will have moved the pieces around, and they're not going to say, oh, we can't touch that 80-foot by 30-foot footprint. We can't touch that. Because it's tempting to say, well, it doesn't need variances, so that's out of your jurisdiction. What does that have to do with you? It has a lot to do with you. What if it's smaller? Maybe he could move those buildings that are 50 feet away, including the manure storage, which, is not exactly a neighborly placement of manure storage. At best, I would say it's inconsiderate. At worst, it's antagonistic, and it might be illegal in an aquifer protection overlay zone. But you, as a zoning board, want to have the ability to really determine if he's got feasible alternatives. You need information from the people that know agriculture. First, you also need to know that in order to determine how substantial his variances are. Because right now, they look substantial. They are much more substantial. 69% variance and a 36% variance is pretty substantial up toward the northern property line. But once you get a review by people who know agriculture and may move buildings around, may shrink buildings, he may have more room to move. Right now, you can't determine whether this is the best he can do. And you're under an obligation to grant the minimum variance necessary, the minimum relief necessary in reviewing this. You can't do it while he's got that blocked out. And what he's done, in effect, is he has completely reversed the order of review. He came to you first. And we know today, I know because I checked in with Town Hall, this has been referred today to the planning board. It didn't go to the planning board before because this person did not submit a correct application.
Can I just correct one point for the record, though?
Yep.
It was stated by Jeff that the pre-submission conference is required for this application. That's not true. There are exceptions to a pre-submission conference. Any site plan or special exception application that's a type 2 action is not subject to a pre-submission conference. So I want to make that very clear.
This has other things that aren't special permits. This has got ag buildings that are not
And we're on-
special permits.
and we're- Okay, and we're on three attorneys now,
Yeah, I
and
can wrap
someone
it up.
else who took 15 or 20 minutes. This is, we need to wrap
I
it
can
up.
wrap it up in 60 seconds,
Thank you.
basically. He's reversed the order of review, and it hurts your ability to review the case. And secondly, I would suggest it's a way to kind of muscle his way into getting that building dead center where he wants it. Because if, which I think is inappropriate, this board took it in its mind to grant variances, working around that envelope, undoubtedly he will appear in front of the planning board and he will say, hey, the zoning board had no problem with this, so what's the problem? So I say to you again, make this applicant do what the law requires and we'll get answers before you have to take action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Everybody else from this point forward, 3 minutes, and that's it. If you want to submit something in writing, you can submit as much as you like, but 3 minutes, and that's it. Bob?
I apologize, you know that I leave it.
Yes, I
So I just
know.
wanted to make sure I got that. This Anthony Trezza, by the way, from Town of Southampton, principal planner. This application, it will be referred, obviously, we got the referral to the planning board, so it is gonna go through the site plan special exception process, that's clear, just so you know.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Anthony. Okay.
Okay, good evening.
Bob, just have to swear you in. You state your name and address for the record.
Bob DeLuca, P.O. Box 569, Bridgehampton, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And give us your comments quickly.
I will be mercifully brief.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Zoning Board. My name is Bob DeLuca. I serve as President of the Group for the East End. I've also been a professional land use practitioner for 37 years and taught state and local land use for nearly 20 years at Long Island University. For the record, Group for the East End is a not-for-profit environmental organization founded in Bridgehampton in 1972. And today we represent the conservation and community planning interests of several thousand member households across the East End of Long Island. The majority of our members reside or have property interests in Southampton Town, including the hamlet of Bridgehampton and on Butter Lane. Now, I'm going to go off script here because I want to stay in my 3 minutes. You know, let me just stipulate that most of the stuff that you've heard from the prior speakers as opponents, we feel the same way. We oppose this application, and it's not about farming. The issue that we have is the process through which this application ended up here and the information that you have to rely upon at this point to make your decision. Having a survey that doesn't have the right buildings on it is not the right way to go. I'm glad that that's going to be fixed. This has to go back to the planning board so you can deal with the underlying issues related to the ag easement, and so the planning board can have a crack at it before it comes back and lands on you. I don't see how the Zoning Board of Appeals honestly should be faced with this application without the information that's been provided. There's issues about that building, whatever that building is, and those need to be resolved. There's issues about the setbacks, and if those can be otherwise ameliorated, then you can give the minimum variance necessary. But you can't do that unless you can figure out what else is going on the property. And finally, you know, it's one of the reasons why we have the secret law, and I understand there's arguments that this is not subject to secret, is to try to get all of the agencies on the same page at the same time so you all know what's going on. So to the extent that it's possible, I would argue that representation from the zoning board and the planning board get together and sit down and figure out who needs to know what in order for somebody to review this project with all the information that's necessary to make an informed and rational decision. Years ago, when the ag reserves were being set up, and I was working on this stuff too, the idea was that you were trying to balance the inevitable residential development and agriculture at the same time, and it's not always easy to do. But every one of those applications that comes in, it's incumbent upon the review boards to do their very best to recognize all of the interests of the people that live around there, which they have, and the interest of agriculture. And to the extent that there's anything that can be fixed, it should be fixed, but it can only be fixed with information that can be figured out through the various boards who review the different aspects of the project. So with that being said, I urge you forward to get information. I would suspend further hearing on this until you get that information, and I thank you very much all for your time and the effort that you make on this application and many others.
Thanks so much. Okay, next. Whoever would like to come up. Just have to swear you in. If you could
Good
state your
evening.
name
I'm
and address.
Pamela Harwood. I live at 371 Woodland Drive. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, and I promise to tell the truth and
the whole
nothing
truth,
but
and
the
nothing but the
truth.
truth. Thank you.
If I know it's the truth, or if I know the facts. I learned shortly before the meeting tonight that there are already structures on this property, as others have already said. I was shocked by that, without a permit. This is not an owner who is naive, and this is not his first rodeo. I was involved in the public hearings that were a few years ago when he tried to build employee housing and a structure there. That all came to the applicant, I believe, withdrawing the application. And there were many hearings about that. And so this is not a naive act, and I think it's shocking. As far as I know, the 1996 easement for this property refers to, and I quote, the retention of open space and scenic beauty as being a priority for setting up this easement, and no soil should be excavated or disturbed, and we now know that that's been done. Now, one of the reasons that the Civic Association and the former CAC in Bridgehampton consistently oppose setback relief is that setbacks are meant to maintain a sense of open space in between properties. They serve a very important function, and so many of the applications that come before this board are about setback relief. And they're usually for things like tennis courts and spas, very luxury things. In this case, it's about something different. But I noticed when I reviewed the New York State guidelines about how you may look at various things, one of the things it says, a court upheld the denial of a variance based in part on the showing that construction would have exceeded the allowable lot coverage by 15%. So they considered 15% to be a significant, little bit different lot coverage than setbacks, but it can be the same thing. 15%. I circled some of the percentages that are being requested here. I come to 69% for one, 36% for another, 28%, 41%, 27%, and 15%. Those are incredibly significant. And as far as affecting the neighbors, yes, it creates more density, people are more crowded, it affects their quality of life, and the animal husbandry, if you will. As far as I know, it sort of reminds me of the Madonna tree farm thing. Eventually, you have to sell a tree in order to be called a tree farm. And I do wonder, what exactly is the end purpose? Livestock, the products from that livestock are supposed to be sold if it's included in the definition of agriculture. What is going to be
20 seconds,
sold in the future from the alpacas? Chickens are obvious. But another thing is in the greenhouse. What is in the greenhouse and what is being grown in the greenhouse, if anything? It's got to be something agricultural that can be resold. And I'm shocked to find out that the owner has built a playhouse on the agricultural reserve property,
That's 3
using
minutes,
it
Pamela.
as
Thank you.
a backyard practically. And that's it. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Whoever would like to come up, please do so. Just have to state your name and address.
Yes, David Reinbach, 102 Chase Court, Bridgehampton. I abut the eastern boundary of the reserve.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Give us your comment.
I mean, in what?
Yeah, can you spell your last name?
Reinbach. Everyone here is quite eloquent and educated and well-spoken, but it's my understanding that the Zoning Board of Appeals is designed to provide relief for people who are encumbered or somehow damaged by the rules as they exist. But it appears to me, strictly looking at this request for easement, that Mr. Shapiro is in fact creating a hardship for his neighbors by building these buildings close to their property line, specifically the manure pile, which will be as close to somebody's swimming pool as I am to you right now. So I respectfully ask that you reject the request, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, who else would like to be heard? Anyone else? Is there anyone on Zoom who's waiting to be heard in connection with this application? This is the application of 625 Butter Lane Homestead LLC for the agricultural reserve adjacent to 625 Butter Lane in Bridgehampton. If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
We got one person.
Okay. Good evening, just have to swear you in unless you're an attorney.
Yes, swear me in, please.
Okay, if you can state your name and address.
My name is George Singh. We have a home at 5 Cody Way, Bridgehampton.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Give us your comments.
Yes, good evening. I will keep it very, very brief in the interest of time. I concur with all the statements and comments made by our neighbors and their counsel. I just ask that you give thoughtful consideration to the objections and facts as they've been presented to you. And perhaps, if it's not asking too much, to put yourself in the same place as us, as one of the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Greatly appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Okay. I don't think there's anyone else. John, I want to give you a little bit of a brief opportunity to respond. But I also want to mention.
Don't worry about it.
No? Fine. Yes.
Please
I'm
tell
sorry,
people
hold on,
to be
excuse
quiet.
me,
Yeah,
excuse
yeah.
me.
Good Lord.
The gentleman on CTV said that there is another person that wants to speak.
There's another person who wants to speak. Okay, so John isn't going to do that. But I also want to mention, for all of you to be aware, okay, we've been given a pile of material just tonight that none of us had seen, that we were just handed. So we do need an opportunity to be able to review all of that material. For people who appear before our board, when you do that, when you submit piles of papers at the hearing, then we're not able to look at them or review them or ask questions about them or address them when you do it that way. So, and that's something that I just want to make sure that everyone who's here is aware of, and everyone who's watching.
Okay, Adam, he made his said no remarks, so just double check to see what he said. Just to see what he said.
Okay?
Is there another person waiting?
No, there's no more people.
No more people? Okay, very good. Okay, all right. So,
I'll save the response for the next time and/or in
Yep.
writing. It's
Yep.
a long evening, don't want to burden you. Just, we should talk about when you should be on next.
Yep.
You're going to do your referrals, as Anthony said,
mhm.
obviously.
Yep. Okay, so next, we're going to talk about dates.
Adam, it's yours.
I know it's mine. Lucky me. Okay.
This is going to require some time.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So, I mean, we really don't have in July, our second meeting in July is full, so I think probably the first time for you to come back.
Put it in September.
September? Okay. What are the
September.
September.
No?
No, I think
Yeah,
September's
I
fine,
think
because that'll give the planning board plenty of time to do the referral. And, just so the public knows, this is the first time that the ZBA has ever had a planner assigned to us. So we do have Anthony Trezza, who's the principal planner, and, we will get planning board, impact, or input.
And we're gonna figure out where we're headed, but in the meantime, we're putting it over and to a new date. Okay, so dates in September.
September 1st and September 15th.
Do you have any preference?
September 1st?
No,
Yeah.
that's not a good one, 15th.
September 15th.
Right?
Yeah, September 15th.
September 15th. Martha, is that okay with you? Okay. All right, so I would move that we adjourn the application of 625 Butter Lane Homestead LLC for all purposes until our September 15th meeting.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill. Aye. Ms. Burgess. Chair votes aye. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
We have more. We're not done yet. Okay. We have to do one at a time because we need 4 in here at once.
I'm going to stay here because Bailey is coming up for that.
Sure.
one.
Okay. No problem.
What are we up to?
John, John,
Yes.
John.
Yes.
I'd just like to mention that I have seen you
Yes.
before the village boards, many of the boards, and you have had the capacity to stand and make your presentation. So you didn't sit and
I
deprive
stand-
people of the opportunity to hear the wonderful things that you have to
The
say.
village board, I stand right in front of the raised dais. I don't
Well, I
go
mean,
to a
it's
podium, I
having
stand.
consideration
Can we move
for-
on?
Goodness.
What?
Can we move on?
Yeah.
Okay,
What?
number 5.
Number,
I think it's a bit much.
and are you gonna be
What is?
sitting again?
What is?
I get to present this one,
Oh,
What's
so
a bit much?
I'll try and speak
Can
loud.
you go over there?
Oh,
Number 5 is
it's
Timax
much better.
Really
It's
LP.
much better. It's egalitarian.
Mr. Bennett, can we move on, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Tuttle. I have a little bit of a colloquy.
Does everyone get a 3-minute limitation, including Mr. John?
When it's the attorney, I'm actually, you know what? You can actually see how we handle other applications. We generally give attorneys more time, and we gave Michelle quite a bit more time. Okay.
But the applicant usually gets more
The
time
applicant.
to make his
And
presentation.
usually, if someone's, usually we give the attorneys more time, generally. Yeah, okay. Okay, back to, next
want me to-
application. Yes, if you could you read it?
Call one more time? No,
Yes,
it's
sure.
an adjourned application. I'm not. Item 5, Timex Realty LP, 63 Newtown Road in Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-188-1-1.2. This is adjourned from our 5/19 meeting.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Bailey Larkin with Bennett and Reed, offices at 212 Windmill Lane on behalf of the applicant. I had submitted with the application before I start a key map that's most helpful for reviewing this application. It's a little confusing because it's a multifamily property. I brought extra copies
Is it?
of the key map, yes,
Got it.
if anyone needs a copy.
You have it? It's
I have
you
the
wanna-
same one that was submitted. It's nothing new, I just
Yeah.
brought
Yeah.
extras. It's extras, yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's in here
Okay.
somewhere.
All right, so
Some of these are proposed and some of them are there.
What?
Just attempt to create
All right.
humor.
It's
So-
important. Yes, it is.
it's not a good assistant, obviously.
I know. I'm sorry, you've got the floor.
All right, this property
I
is
need down to 2 minutes. You're wasting.
is an approximately 3.7 acre property in the R80 zoning district, and it's a multifamily property that benefits with pre-existing COs for the existing structures. In 1997, Mr. Bennett actually represented the predecessor and owner before this board and obtained relief to permit expansion of the use by 50%, which amounts to an increase from 6,651 square feet to 9,976 square feet. The decision permitted the conversion of one of the existing structures to an accessory use only. It was a garage structure with storage in it, and construction of a new cottage on the property. So it allowed for maintenance of 3 dwelling units on the property. The use was just redistributed amongst buildings. Subsequent to the 1997 decision, the predecessor in the title, which was the mother of our client, constructed some of the additions, but not all that had been proposed in 1997 and approved by this board. And then she also converted the stables on the property into a dwelling. What we're asking the board to do in this application is to allow for the exact same square footage that was permitted in 1997, the exact same number of dwelling units, maintaining 3 dwelling units on the property, but taking what she built without permits and relocating it within the property to a conforming location. So I do have with me, because I know Marjorie Riley had mentioned the 1997 key map that was part of the variance, and I'd like to submit that with you, if that's all right. If you take a look at this key map, you'll see these structures are labeled identical to what's on the current key map. All right. Thank you.
So essentially, we're at the 50% expansion, and you're basically just reallocating.
Exactly.
And leaving at the 50%.
So,
Same number of dwellings.
same number of
Yes.
dwellings, exactly.
Okay.
So structure A was supposed to have a 400 square foot addition, it was never built. So we're taking that 400 square feet and not adding on to structure A. Structure E remains the same, which is the shed. Structure B was the garage conversion, and that was actually completed. So it's shown on our site plan as structure B still. Structure F was the stables that were converted to a cottage on the property. Structure D was supposed to be a new cottage on the property. So what we're proposing is to take F, which was the stable that was converted to a cottage, and locate it where D was supposed to be. We've maintained the square footage to the identical square footage with the 50% expansion and the same number of dwelling units. But we are just trying to clean up what was done and allow for expansion of one of the main houses to the square footage that was previously approved by this board.
But never done.
Correct.
So you mentioned there were structures built without permits?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know anything about the facts and circumstances as to how that transpired?
It was our client's mother. I believe there was something, she was elderly, and it was something about the length of time for permitting, and she just had the work done, which is what their children are now trying to clean up.
Do you know the time frame of when that work was done?
It was done after the variance was granted, but I don't have the exact dates, no.
Okay.
If I may.
Sure.
And only because I was familiar with this, having granted the original variance, having worked on the original variance when it was granted. It's actually, it gets better because that new cottage was going to be in,
Up here.
yeah, up in the front. So although it was not a good idea to build out that barn without permits, there's no question about it. Really, what was going to happen in the front is going to happen in a much more conforming location.
And the original approval was going to maintain the stable right on that property line and add the cottage. And now the stable, which was converted to a cottage, will be removed.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that, it's not okay to build down things without permits, there's no question about that, but it's not like I need a variance to do the building, in effect. Because the variance that I need is more square footage, which you've already granted. I'm not coming back to the well again, I'm just redistributing it again.
Well, I'm just asking about as-bills because, you know, we asked about as-bills.
No, I know.
And the mom passed, their mom passed away.
She did.
Yeah, okay.
And they are
So-
trying to clean up the property, make sure everything is legal.
So there's no one to ask about the as-bills who would have knowledge, I wouldn't imagine, unless there's a contractor around who was, you know, doing the work, which I'm presuming is not the case.
Not the case.
But we think it was a long time ago. We don't know the
It was
time frame.
quite a few years ago. He did have as-built drawings prepared, which were submitted with the board.
So which facilities are going to have cooking?
Structure A, which is the main house.
Okay.
And structure C.
Okay.
Structure D is going to be the cottage.
Okay, so that's just sleeping.
Correct. No kitchen.
We did have comments from Marjorie Riley, building inspector. I don't know if you've seen them already?
Did.
Okay, well, I just want to read them into the record. So it states, "The key site plan prepared by R.W. Cameron, Exhibit A, is inaccurate when compared to the master plan, or inadequate, I'm not sure what typo there, when compared to the master plan submitted to the ZBA as part of the November 6, 1997 decision number D10083. As such, it is suggested that the survey be revised to label each building to match the letters previously given to each of the buildings/structures. Any revised use and square footage shall be part of this update."
So I believe it actually is accurate. That's why I gave it a copy to you. I think the confusion is that structure F was a stable. It's now listed as a cottage. Structure D was never actually constructed. So we did file with the application also an existing condition survey in addition to the site plan showing where everything's being relocated. So it is a little confusing. So the site plan does show all proposed expansion, the relocation of the structures. The existing condition shows what was actually built.
I was going to say what's stable, and we should probably fix that.
Okay, that I can fix, yeah.
Where the actual, what was converted into a house is shown on the site plan as stable, so that should be fixed.
That I can definitely fix in notations.
It says two-story barn.
Yes.
Right, I'm sorry, it's two-story.
Have you heard from any of the neighbors?
If not.
We're trying to legalize Woodsview, and the children are trying to do that after the circumstance was created.
Yeah, and the other thing I think is really important is that we're not asking for any, the board, 1997, or is that 20? How many years ago was that?
A long time ago.
You were a baby.
Almost 30 years ago. I think so.
I was old enough to be practicing before the board.
Just
And
got out of
then-
it.
5 years ago.
I wish. 81. We're not asking for any further expansion, we're just rearranging it,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Okay.
And again, my apologies for the construction without the permits, never good, but
Yep.
it actually, I think, gets better over in that location.
You said that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Is there anyone from the public who's waiting to be heard, who's here in connection with the application of Dymax Realty LP? This is for property located at 63 Newtown Road, Hampton Bays. Is there anyone who's waiting to be heard on Zoom in connection with Dymax Realty LP for 63 Newtown Road in Hampton Bays? If you are waiting to be heard on Zoom, this will be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
No one's raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if not, Keith, it's yours.
All right, seeing, hearing no one, I'll move to close this for all purposes.
You want to see if that survey in them, Keith?
Huh?
Yeah,
Yes, we'll-
submit
we'll
that.
Yeah, we can leave it open for written submissions.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and written subs to 7-1.
Yep.
Decision on 7,
11.
no,
7-7.
7-7.
Second?
Mrs. Tudhill.
All right.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you all.
both.
Have a nice
Have a good
evening.
rest of your night.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. So you're gonna call the next one. Is the next one? No. It's.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to step out for a minute after.
I'll go out now, I'll go out next week. I don't know.
Well, we have to do one at a time because 4 of us need to be in the room. They won't let us take a break.
1, 2, 3, 4. You can go.
This has been adjourned.
I'll go right now.
Yeah, we might want to meet.
You have to use the bathroom.
All right.
He's gonna introduce it now.
All right.
Oh, I'm gonna have to swear people in, but anyway, I will be
I
back.
can swear him in.
And I'll go to Keith.
One at a
Okay.
time. One at a time. You can't, you don't let us take breaks anymore.
Can't swear anybody in.
Item 7 on the agenda is a holdover application, which is East Quogue 535 Realty, Inc., 535 Montauk Highway in East Quogue, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-341-1-52. Okay. Anybody here for this?
No, where's the agent for the applicant?
For the applicant. All
John Scott Prudenti.
Out in the hallway.
right, we're gonna get him.
Hey, I thought John Scott was.
Yeah, he's coming. Candace is going to get him.
John who?
John Scott Prudenti.
You're up.
You're up.
You're up, John. I take it you gentlemen, well, you're an attorney, you were sworn in the last meeting, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
You don't want to swear again?
No, not if you're.
Do you
already-
want
No,
to,
just state your name and address, or actually just your name. That's all.
What's my name?
We have the
Ralph
address.
Southern Junior, registered architect, 4385
Yep.
Bayhome Road, Southfield, New York.
Yep, yep. Okay, if you can not give us your comments and maybe give us an
Okay.
update as to where we are.
First, what I wanted to do is I wanted to correct something that you have that's incorrect. You have the application for a 1,468 square foot building. It's been reduced to 1,350 square feet, and it's no longer 24% expansion, it's a 14.2 expansion.
And the parking was also 14, right?
Excuse me?
Wasn't the parking also reduced to 14? I'd written that from one of the last ones. You had asked for 15, minimum
No.
15?
Yes, because of the size of the building decrease, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the application has been revised.
The application has been revised, yes. I wanted to bring.
Yep.
Okay. This is a breakdown of the square footage that is in the building. The actual square footage for the convenience area is 900 square feet. The rest of it is toilet facilities, office space, storage, mechanical space, those kind of things. So that's the net square foot of the convenience store. Last, we went to planning board. Planning board issued us a negative declaration with conditions. And I have copies of these.
copies?
Yes,
Okay.
there's only two.
I mean, I think the board did get the condition neg deck a while ago,
Okay.
so.
Okay. Did the board also get the traffic studies?
I think
They,
so.
they
Yeah,
came by
They did,
email,
by email.
Okay, I did email them.
but they just came like yesterday.
I emailed them on Monday, yes. I brought a couple copies, hard copies.
And I want to mention what what I mentioned earlier about the other application. If you give us stuff very last minute, you can't expect us to be able to review it.
I gave you,
And especially not if you hand them to us.
I gave you at the last hearing one copy. That's what Candace told me. There was only one copy given.
Okay.
So.
'Cause that was all the planning board really asked for that, and they
Yeah,
incorporated
yeah.
that into their condition neg deck.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to point out one of the things, item number 10 on the traffic study that was done by Lewis McLean Associates, which was the traffic consultant that the board, the planning board, wanted us to hire. And it says the site plan shows 9 parking spaces, including 2 designated as ADA compliant accessible spaces. Town of Southampton Code provides requirements for convenience store and filling stations. For filling station, the code requires a minimum of 5 spaces plus a queuing area for 4 vehicles at each pump. For a convenience store, the code requires 1 per 100 square foot of building area or a minimum of 12 spaces. On this basis, 12 spaces would be required. Therefore, regardless of whether the development is considered a filling station or a convenience store, town requirements for parking are not met. The Institute of Traffic Engineers report parking generation indicates that 7 spaces would be sufficient to meet demand at a convenience store. It should be noticed that in many cases, patrons at filling stations with convenient market leave their vehicles at the pump islands when visiting the convenience store, and thus the spaces at pump islands can help meet parking demand at such facilities. Therefore, the 9 spaces are considered sufficient to meet demand, conditioned on the resolution of the significant circulation issues identified above, which were resolved. So that's as far as the requirement where the relaxation we're asking for on the parking spaces. Both traffic study engineers said that they were adequate.
Okay.
For the noise.
And I just want to mention also for all of you here on this application that the environmental review, the SECRA part of the application, has been done by the planning board. Okay, so we were not the lead agency. They did that part of the analysis. They made the determination. We don't have any say over it. You may not be happy with it. You may disagree with it, but just so you understand, we cannot change what the SECRA determination was. No. You have to come up and I have to swear you in. So okay, we'll have an opportunity for people to speak, but I just want you to finish your presentation first.
Okay. If you'd like, I can read in the conditions that were required on the SECRA as the conditions for the approval of the negative declaration. You want me, I can read them in?
How long are they?
There are 9 conditions.
Well,
There are
I
9
mean,
conditions.
We received it.
We've already received it. I mean, it's already in the record, so I don't.
You want me to read it for people here, or I will skip it, okay?
Okay.
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 That's it.
All right, so, all right.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, again, this is John Scott Prudenti, 220 Main Street, Center Moriches, New York. I also would like to point out to the board that a similar application was made and granted for a property at 239 West Montauk Highway in Hampton Bays, that being the Bola Market, that market being an accessory use to a gas station use, which is what we are proposing. Similarly, I would like to point out that going down the next commercial piece where there is a repair shop, I would like to point out that that is also permitted use on my client's property. There were 47.
You can direct your comments to us, okay?
There were 47 cars on that property. I believe what we are proposing is the best use. This is with a lot of input from planning board. This is a lot of input using architectural design, and I believe that it would benefit the area, and I believe that it would be a nice entryway into the community. My client is a
You'll all be given an opportunity to speak.
well-established.
For 3 minutes.
a well-established operator. He maintains a attendant at every facility, and his facility in Center Moriches is next to my office. I see it operate on a daily basis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
But before, Adam,
Yes.
before you have the public, I just wanted to add something, because I know that there is a lot of public interest in this, and we've lost Anthony, who is our planner. But he would have said, Adam, what you said, which is, the planning board has found that with these conditions, there will be no significant detrimental impact on the environment, and so that's important to note.
Correct.
So then when you look at the application again, what you really have in front of you is a parking variance, because the rest of it is gonna be the expansion of a non-conforming use, which is now 14%, where 50% is permitted. And it's the analysis that the board typically does as to whether the gas station is accessory, which we know it is. So I just, everybody can say their piece, but that really is, the application before us now is really for parking. So,
And from parking from what to what?
they're gonna offer 9 spaces where a minimum of 14, a minimum of 14 is required.
14 required
Good, right?
request for 9.
The planning board was good with that.
Yeah, I mean, based on the conditions that they've, that they've set forward. And it talks about traffic and left turns and things like that.
And the downsizing of the parking area, the downsizing down to the 9 spots also allowed us to create more buffer areas.
Yep. Folks, if you want to speak, please go in the hallway. Okay.
That's
And
it.
it'll-
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr.
Okay, who would like to speak? Yep, come on up.
Good evening. My name is David Yaffe. I'm an attorney. I represent Jane Dietz, who lives right next door to this gas station at 525. I had submitted a letter yesterday, and the secretary to the ZBA asked me to bring copies for the board and
Yep,
the town
you can
attorneys.
submit that to
So I
your
have
attorney.
those.
Okay.
Thank you. And I would ask just procedurally that my letter be accepted into the record. My letter has
Letters being accepted into the record.
exhibits. The first exhibit, Exhibit A, is a report prepared by a professional licensed engineer, Stephen Schneider, who's here this evening, who's going to make a couple of comments as well. I'm really here to address the legality of this application and the issue before this board that the town attorney did not mention. That issue is that the board has been asked to render a determination as to whether a convenience store use is a customary accessory use to a filling station use. I've reviewed the town code, I've reviewed case law, and it is not. As a matter of law, it is not. I hear the town attorney and the applicant's attorney saying that this board has approved such a use as an accessory use to a filling station. I don't see any evidence that's ever been challenged in court. And there is a case on point that I cite in my letter from the Second Department, Appellate Division, which has jurisdiction over this board and the town of and the town of Southampton. I almost said something else, and I was like, ah. The case is Tartan Oil Corp. Versus Borer, 249 AD 2nd, 481 Second Department.
And does it cite a particular provision of a town or village code?
Yes, it does.
Is that provision of the town or village code identical or similar to
It's
what we have? in
virtually
Southampton?
identical. I'll read to you the provision.
When was it?
It
When
was
the
from
decision rendered?
1998, and it involved the town of Huntington code and the town of Huntington definition of a filling station. And I'm just going to read you this short passage because I don't want to take up, too much time. This is from the court. There is no merit to the petitioner's contention, the petitioner was the gas station, that the convenience store is permissible as an accessory use of the gas station. Town of Huntington Code, Section 19832A, limits the retail activity of an automotive service station to the sale of gasoline, oils, grease, and other petroleum products related to the servicing of motor vehicles. While an argument could be made that it has become customary for gas stations to include convenience stores, the Town of Huntington Code clearly prohibits it. Your code defines a filling station as, quote, "a building or lot or part thereof supplying and selling gasoline or other equivalent fuel for motor vehicles," period. And then it goes on and says that accessory facilities to a filling station are those limited to, quote, "rendering service for motor vehicles," close quote. The sale of gum, drinks for drivers of vehicles is different, and it's prohibited under the town code. So the preliminary question before this board is whether a convenience store is an accessory use to a gas station. It is not under your code and under the governing case law. I did cite some other cases. I won't talk about them. They're in my
And we'll
letter.
take a look at it, and we'll get advice from our attorney as to the case that you cite.
Right.
In my years on this board, I've been on this board for 19 years. On occasion, we do applications for uses, a convenience store accessory to a gas station. I've never heard anyone cite this case. Be glad to take a look at it. Be glad to consider it.
Yeah, and I understand that if nobody challenges it, then, 4 months go by, that's it, it's over.
Well, like I said, it will be reviewed.
Right.
And we'll make a determination on
And
that.
I just wanted to make one other legal point, and then I'd like Mr. Schneider to come up and make a couple of his own comments from the perspective of use at the property and the traffic and the impacts of this plan. But the other legal argument is based on Town Code Provision 330-46.5A, which provides that the provisions allowing for the enlargement of nonconforming structures do not apply to a building or structure which is used by a nonconforming use. The enlargement or reconstruction of a building or structure used by a nonconforming use is prohibited unless the use is changed to a conforming use. And you know your code better than I do. I mean, I looked at the prohibited uses in the HO zone, and this convenience store use is prohibited. There were all kinds of things that are prohibited: variety stores, confectionery stores, grocery stores, cigar stores, news dealers, newsstands, like everything of the type that they would probably be trying to sell in this convenience store. It's prohibited. And so I would ask you to please look at that as well.
Prohibited as a principal use, not as an accessory use. Convenience stores are prohibited as
Yeah.
a principal use.
Yes, but it can't magically become legal as an accessory use. I mean, that's what the Second Department case says
That's
as
what
well.
your case says, but
Yes.
that's what I'm saying. It's, what you're saying is only true if we adopt the idea that it's not a permitted accessory use.
Well, the accessory use that they're requesting is not a permitted use in the zone in which the building is
Correct.
located.
It's not a permitted principal use.
Okay, it's also not a permitted as of right accessory use. It's not.
It is if it's defined as, if the board finds it as an accessory use, it's permitted. I mean, it's.
Anyway, and I understand you disagree with that, but we're going to.
I understand, yep.
we're gonna
Well, I
take a look
cited
at
you a
everything you
case
submitted.
right on point.
Yep.
And then if Mr. Schneider could make some comments.
Okay. I think so. Okay, from this point, 3-minute limit is being enforced.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry.
I'm not an attorney.
Nothing personal, but, you know, we
Someone
we
else
still
wants
have
to
a,
speak after me, and she's giving me her time. Is that okay?
we're not giving other people their time. That's
3
not
minutes, sir.
happening. Okay, that's swear you.
That's really unfair, but okay.
No, it's not unfair, sir.
It is.
If you want to
I've
submit
doing this
something in writing,
50
excuse me,
years.
if you want to submit something in writing, you can submit something in writing after the hearing's over. We're going to have a written comment period.
You do have it in writing already.
Fine. You can state your name
I'm
and address.
not against
please.
you. I'm just trying to say it's just not fair.
Okay, well, I really don't appreciate that you're saying it's unfair for me to start saying, oh, let's bargain with
You had a young
three other
lady here speak
people
a half hour
having
to
their.
45 minutes previously.
Okay,
And she
sir,
wasn't.
sir, let me swear you in. You can state your
Thank you.
name and address, please.
Stephen Schneider, Schneider Engineering, 43 Seacliff Avenue, Miller Place, New York, 11764.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You can give us your comments.
Okay, I've been doing traffic engineering for 52 years, and to be honest, I've never seen a convenience store entrance in the back of a filling station with a convenience store. It's totally unsafe. Anyone who wants to address or come into the store will have to go to the back, park on the other side of the lot in the rear of it, and then have to go through the actual facility from the rear, where the cashier is probably either in the front of the store or in the side of the store. It's just very inconvenient from a traffic safety standpoint. I'll also indicate to you that the site plan shows clearly that trucks cannot get into the parking lot by delivering fuel to the parking lot. But even in their own plans, they showed a truck on the plans that you have hitting the curb as well as hitting the island and having to wait for cars that are already parked in the island fueling themselves in order for that truck to be able to pass to drop the fuel off in the tanks that are there. Plus, they don't show you how the truck has to go up and back on the property to get into the spot to where that parking, where the tanks are. It's impossible to maneuver. And as that truck is waiting on the side street on Walker, it's backing up cars going to Walker, southbound, and they will not be able to get onto the property until those two westerly pumps are cleared. So from a traffic safety standpoint, this plan does not work. It's very unsafe, and there will be many accidents because of that. And you're counting on a truck to make a turn, a big truck dropping off fuel to make a turn within inches of an island. Can't be done, never could be done. It doesn't meet any standards. I'd also go on to say that the plan does not meet any of the requirements for the town. You talk about parking. The 5 parking spaces that are in the, at the pumps do not count as parking. Nowhere have I ever seen it count as parking. It's not. Parking is for you to park the car and get out of the car. And you need 19 spaces there, and they're short from the 9 that they're giving by 10 spaces. I'm not going to go into all of it here because it is here. But what I will say is that what they want to put on the site will not work. Physically can't work. They're trying to squeeze something in here. Convenience stores are always in the rear. Why? Traffic safety issues. Traffic safety, parking, convenience, allowing trucks to possibly make turns within the parking lot. The way they have it, it doesn't work. Trucks will be coming in onto from Montauk Highway to go into the site. They won't be able to enter the site. Why? Because there are cars already in the fuel station, in the fuel lines. They then have to wait, and the traffic will be backed up on the street. The way they have it today, there's no problem. They enter and exit on the main road. They do not have to use Walker. Now, by using Walker, even their own plan indicates that it won't work, and you can look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Who would like to speak next?
I just wanted to ask, you said I'm sorry.
Sir,
You
just
said
give
that
us a
you
second.
submitted in writing?
Yeah, I believe you have it in that
Oh, all right,
packet.
so we haven't seen it already.
We sent it a couple days, no, we sent it to you a few days ago.
Traffic study?
Yes. What date did you send it, yesterday or the day before?
We didn't get it.
It was sent to you
I don't
yesterday.
think we
Yeah,
got it.
no, we didn't-
All
we
right,
didn't get
so,
Well, you know what, I happen to have an additional bunch of copies in case you do need it.
okay.
Part of this?
Yeah, it's Exhibit A.
It's Exhibit A?
Okay.
Okay, then we have it.
Exhibit A.
Great.
No, the letters, we were just handed it. Okay.
Because I
I'm not
didn't
an attorney.
recognize.
Okay, all right.
Figured that.
That's okay, thank you. Okay. Just have to swear you in, if you can state your name and address.
I'm Julie Crowley from East Quogue, 23 Foster Crossing.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you can give us your comments.
Thank you. Firstly, I just wanted to, because I was listening earlier, obviously, that the accessory structure, the accessory convenience or convenience store is, I don't think it complies at all. I also think we have plenty of convenience stores in East Quogue. We don't need another one. We don't need another store that has plenty of products there that maybe have habit forming, okay? So it's a residential area, and also I'll make a note about the parking spaces in a minute. So first of all, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Is my understanding now, of course, you have the five-part test, right? So will this application fit the character of the neighborhood? I don't think it fits the character of the neighborhood. I don't think that, and we've spoken to plenty of people, most of these people are here for this situation. It increases hazardous traffic, which Mr. Snyderman has eloquently expressed. If you actually go to this corner of Walker Avenue and Montauk Highway, you will see now it is very difficult for the trucks to maneuver themselves. They don't have a curb on the Walker side or Walker Avenue side, so they freely move with their tractor trailers around the telephone poles that are there and wind themselves around, and they maneuver it the way they do right now. I'm not telling we should shut down the gas station because they have the right to be there. It is not a pre-existing non-conforming, obviously, right? So this does not comply with the new, which is new since 2005, that the board has allowed this to happen. Actually, it's now Hamlet office, okay? So this does not comply to any of that, okay? So this does not comply at all. And what the applicant is asking is really for a variance to kind of convince and wedge in a convenience store there, because I'm telling you, it's a very busy gas station. They probably have a very successful business. I don't know why they need more products to sell there, but in any case, it is a hazardous situation. So on the part 2 of the test, did the applicant take the suggestion as an alternative plan? I don't know that they did. The planning board asked them to. They came right here to the Zoning Board of Appeals without considering making an alternative plan or considering something that the planning board said.
But they did revise their application. They did reduce the relief that's being requested.
To this 14%,
Yeah.
and then to the parking spaces.
Yes.
Okay, so on that point, so the parking spaces, why is it, I'm wondering, it might be a rhetorical question, why is it that there's a certain number of spaces that are needed for a convenience store? Because it's a high traffic, right? You have to have a large number of spaces because people want to get their coffee and et cetera. So now they've just said, okay, we don't want that anymore. We'll just take a reduced number of spaces. Doesn't mean that those cars are not going to come to the convenience store. Where are their extra cars going to go? They're going to be parking on Walker Avenue, which is a residential street, very quiet, where you have pedestrians, cyclists, runners, families pushing strollers. You've got children riding back and forth to school across, and I know it because I travel that way by foot at least three times a day.
Over 3 minutes.
And then,
you can
okay.
Kind of wrap it up.
So, yeah, so what I'm stressing here is it's a hazardous situation. It is not needed. It is not warranted. I think all these people are here to state that they are opposed to it. Okay, so please consider denying this application. I will put another letter in writing so that you can see what the rest of my thoughts are, but it does not pass the 5-part test. Look at every single one clearly. It does not, and it would be a terrible precedent for this board to set if they allow this to happen.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, who would like to go next? Just have to swear you in. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Raymond LeCan, 35 Walker Avenue, East Quogue, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you tell us your comments?
I'll try to keep it to 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I've rewritten it down to 4 sentences, so.
Wow. Thank you.
Because I feel that I don't want all these people to start throwing tomatoes at me if I keep going longer. So let's make it quick. First, traffic is the major issue in my esteem. There are many others, but traffic is the worst. And the traffic problem is at the intersection. It involves Walker Avenue to a degree, but the major problem is that intersection that's sensitive to crashes. Now, I've gone through a lot of work trying to document how many crashes. That's essential to any study. The McLean study right now is devoid of any real data on a number of crashes that have occurred at the intersection in the past. And I've devoted my efforts to trying to find out what that number is. So far, we have 3 known crashes at the intersection in the last 3 years. I've gone to find out how many would be there in 5 years, and I believe I found 1 more. I've got foil after foil. The last foil occurred when I have my good friend Ed Salzberg, who took pictures of an accident that occurred on the 11th of last month. I went through the trouble of going to the police department for data about this accident. Before I did that, I knew the rules were that if there's not $1,000 of damage to a car, the police does not have to report it. On the other hand, if it is, they have a legal obligation to report it. It goes from okay to you must. I'm sorry.
And watch
I
out for the
show you a
microphone.
picture, right?
Okay, watch out for the microphone, because when you hit it, it makes.
I show you this picture, which I've already sent to the board. But if you look at it carefully, there's a lot of material in front of this car. That wasn't deposited there by a dog or a bird or a passing cloud. That's the parts of the car in the front that have fallen to the ground. I took this picture to a number of body shops and asked, is this $1,000 worth of damage? They said, we would never do that for $1,000. We cannot restore all of that front end of a car for $1,000. Now,
And I don't know that we need to go into the purpose of
And also
describing
you're right
that.
over 3
And
minutes,
we're
so-
you're right at your 3 minutes, so I would suggest that you get to your other points.
I'm just saying that there's a lot more accidents at that intersection that are being
And you
reported.
can submit anything you'd like to us about, records of
Okay,
accidents.
and I'm
Okay?
going to do that.
Okay.
Now, I'm having trouble, okay? I submitted a number of foils to the police department. Okay, the foils all come
Okay.
back.
Do you want to get to your other points? Because your 3 minutes are pretty much
Okay.
up.
Everything's coming back, nothing to report.
Okay.
I've been in touch with the Department of Transportation. There are remedies. I'm going to try to pursue them. Some required a legislator to get involved. Others
You
require.
said there were 4 points, and the first was
Okay,
Right.
but the
But
three.
we never heard the 3.
No,
of-
the time is up.
My
Time
time's up.
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Who would like to speak next? Come on up.
Good evening, Chairman Grossman, board members. My name is William Kearns,
Yes.
30 year,
And I think you might have given testimony previously?
not on this,
Not on this one? Okay, all right, so your address again?
Spinney Road, East Quogue, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and give us your comments.
30-year resident of East Quogue, and I have a business that's on Montauk Highway in East Quogue that's across the street from the other convenience/gas station, so I kind of know the drill in terms of what's going on there. First of all, the traffic coming off Lewis Road onto Montauk Highway is worse than ever because of the fact that the GPSs take the cars off Sunrise. And people coming east and west on that road tend to go 40 miles an hour. So, and the people coming off Lewis onto Montauk Highway have to kind of just jut out real quickly. So it's a dangerous situation, worse than ever. I have a problem more so with the convenience store side of things. And the reason I'm here tonight is because I saw on a meeting that you folks had a couple of weeks ago, a big 7-Eleven sign that you were debating about. That's at 198 Montauk Highway in Hampton Bays. New 7-Eleven. New 7-Eleven at the base, and I'm not here to pick on 7-Eleven, this is important. New 7-Eleven in West Hampton Beach at Riverhead Road, and at the other end in Riverhead, a new 7-Eleven. In between those 7-Elevens are these gas stations that sell these products, which I believe are of dubious value. Caffeine, cigarettes, alcohol, lottery tickets, things we don't necessarily need. So to say that this situation is something that is warranted in East Quogue, I don't believe it to be true. I think the place is where it is out of line with the environment, with the area. I view that place in East Quogue as the historic district from Walker over to Weesuck Avenue, the south side, big homes, beautiful homes. Why put a big gas station there, lit up? Doesn't make any sense. And my last point is that I'm afraid that with these proliferation of these convenience stores, which really I don't think they're really that important or necessary, with the proliferation of these convenience stores up and down Montauk Highway throughout the town, we're going to step back in 5 years and say, what did we do? And I'm afraid of that happening. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you for comments. Who else would like to speak? Anyone else? Come on up, please. Just have to swear you in if you can state your name and address.
Lillian Brash, 10 Walker Avenue, East Quogue.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you might want to actually move the microphone down.
Because I'm too short. Okay. Well, basically, I do agree with, whatever the other participants have stated, but I do live right at 10 Walker Avenue, which is 2 houses down from the proposed expansion of the gas station. And we have a serious concern because, as many people have said, the Montauk Highway, Walker Avenue, and Lewis Road, which is a few feet to the west, come together at this particular location. And this is a very hazardous intersection. And also over the years, the population has increased and there's a lot more traffic. So a lot more potential for traffic accidents. Now, the other thing is they're planning to relocate the gas pumps from the front of the site on Montauk to the side on Walker Avenue, which is a narrow residential street with no shoulders. And large commercial trucks entering from Walker Avenue will potentially block southbound or northbound traffic on Walker, and you could get queues going up even to the back on Montauk. Again, the parking plan is an issue because where are all these, even though somebody said it's sufficient, where are all these cars going to go when they want to fill up and also go to buy some stuff from the store. And finally, it is not in compliance with the HO zoning of the area, which was really aimed at maintaining the current residential scape and keeping with the small town character of our hamlet. So I respectfully request that this present non-compliance not be increased by granting all those variances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to speak? Just have to swear you in. If you can just state your name and address.
Cynthia Cantor, 3 Walker Ave, East Quogue.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I
truth?
do.
Thank you.
I am
Give us some
asking
comments.
also that the variance not be given to this land. The traffic issue is extremely difficult. If 2 cars are lined up to come out of Walker onto Montauk Highway, a car turning from Montauk Highway cannot even turn into that street without driving up onto the grass next to it, never mind any trucks. It's going to create quite a safety hazard for anybody walking in the area. There are no crosswalks at Montauk Highway at that point, and just going forward, it will create a problem for the neighborhood. Also, it is not in keeping the HO zoning with the HO zoning, and it will hurt the whole hamlet and the look of the hamlet. So again, please ask you to deny the request for any variances. And again, with taking the building size down and just requesting a fewer parking spaces is not an adequate remediation for the problems that it's going to cause everybody who lives in the area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Who else would like to speak? Just have to swear you in if you can state your name and address.
Margaret Cantor, 3 Walker Avenue, East Quogue.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you can give us your comments.
Hi, I have grown up, I live right next there, actually 3 Walkers right next to the gas station, and I have grown up as a kid there. Now I'm 20, and right now I don't necessarily live there right now, but when I grew up there, my friends and I, my cousins, what we did was walk around the neighborhood, so my concern is traffic safety. With the gas station there right now, you can see there's no curb on the Walker Avenue side, so when we're walking there, cars can go freely in and out of it. So that is a huge safety concern for us when we've been walking there our whole lives. But with the increase in traffic, that'll just make the whole entire area more dangerous for us. And the only way for us to cross over to the other side of Montauk Highway, where there's a beautiful park for us to enjoy, and the elementary school is only located a couple blocks over, we have to cross, go up around that corner, and go to the crosswalk, which is about a block over. So there's only way for all the kids in that area to walk up is through there, because the other roads down there, they all have dead ends. So you walk around up Walker and over to that crosswalk. So there's a huge traffic concern for your children there, and I would say do not grant this variance.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for comments. Who else would like to speak? Come on up. You can just state your name and address.
I'm Meryl Spiegel. I live at 21 Jackson Avenue, which is right off Walker.
And do you swear to
East
tell,
Quogue.
do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Do you ever repeat your name? I think
If you can repeat your name.
Meryl Spiegel.
Can you spell it for me?
Spiegel.
Okay, thank you.
And you said you live on Jackson?
I live on Jackson, which is right off Walker, and I've lived there since 1991. I raised my 2 daughters there. My husband is a well-known physician in the area, takes care of a lot of people here. And when I moved in, it was all retired people, houses were sort of falling apart. It's become a beautiful neighborhood. Retired people, a lot of new families, people walking, going to the park. In the summer, we go to the park right across Catty Corner to the gas station. And what the traffic is, I'm not going to talk about that because it has grown exponentially since I've lived there. I'm afraid making a left turn when I go by the gas station. But nobody's talked about, I'm worried about crime. I'm worried about what this is going to attract to the area. There's people walking by with their babies and their dogs. There's older people. I'm getting older. And I'm worried about that. And I don't understand why you would let this happen. East Quogue is an historic place. There's the 7-Eleven. There are a million delis, like a few feet from the gas station. It's just not necessary. And I beg you not to do this because there aren't many places like East Quogue left. The Hamptons is getting ruined. I used to write for the New York Times. I've written about these things. And, why would you do that? I mean, we want to keep our place the way it is. So it's really not needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Who else would like to be heard? Good evening, just you state your name and
Yeah,
address.
Ed Salzberg, 16 Jackson Avenue, East Quogue.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I
truth?
do.
Thank you. Can you give us your...
I didn't get his first name.
Edward.
Edward?
Yeah,
Okay.
Edward Salzberg.
Okay,
Thank you.
if you can give us your comments.
So first, I want to compliment the Southampton town government. I think they've really been very progressive lately over the last many years. And my understanding is the code requirement for a new gas station convenience store in Southampton would be about 40,000 square feet. This current property has about 16,000 square feet. It makes no sense. The fact is the town considered what do you need space-wise for a gas station and a convenience store, and they concluded you need 40,000 square feet and a minimum number of parking spaces. This proposal just doesn't do it. It's not a small variance, it's an enormous variance. It's not even close. Granted, they were grandfathered in before the new square footage requirements went into place, so they can continue to exist. But I see no reason for a variance, for a proposal that is at such variance with what the town recommends for this type of use. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Come on up. Okay, good evening, just have to, if you can state your name and address.
Jim Comiskey, 517 Montauk Highway, East Quogue.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
If
I'd
you
like
give
to
us your
read,
comments.
I would like to read a letter that I sent to the ZBA reference to my opposition to this proposed building. I own 517 and 521 Montauk Highway, East Quogue, 2 properties, 2 and 3 doors east of the subject property. I am zoned Hamlet Office, as is the subject property. My home is a pre-existing residential use. My office building is in keeping with the zoning, which is office residence. Both my property and the subject property had been zoned village business, which allowed for retail use early in 2000, thereabout, when the town changed the zone from village business to Hamlet Office. The subject property also has change of use, has had a change of use from village business to Hamlet Office, but was allowed to keep the pre-existing non-conforming use as a gas station with no further retail use. We lost our pre-existing retail use, he and I, for the good of the community, which I understood was the main objective of the zone change. I was a member of the CAC, the East Quogue Chamber of Commerce, and also a member of the East Quogue Civic Association at that time. Our community, working together with the town, was very involved in the process of revitalization, beautification, remapping what is our front door, the front door to our community, Main Street. We had great success and continue to. The zone change limited commercial sprawl. Community involvement brought other projects. There was the Hamlet Green, the traditional lighting project, the village clock. This goes on and on.
Yep, and you have three minutes. I'm not.
Oh,
how
gee,
much
I
you have left.
read this letter. I thought it would only take me about 2, but if I could, the last paragraph.
Have a minute.
You have a minute.
Thank you. The applicant, the owner of the small pre-existing gas station, sits in the middle of this beauty across the street from the Hamlet Green and a beautiful steepled church, next door to several substantial traditional homes, an idyllic setting, and all in conformance with code. Right in the middle of all this beauty, we have the subject property owner requesting to expand his already non-conforming use to an even less conforming use with a much larger structure with a canopied roof, multiple gas pumps, and a convenience store. We already have Speedway in Quogue, such as it is, to the west, and 7-Eleven to the east. We do not need another convenience store. This is why I'm opposed to this project.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank
you. Okay, who would like to speak next? Stephanie, state your name and address, please.
Noelle LeCan, 35 Walker Ave.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Can you give us your comments?
So just quickly, I was born and raised on Walker Ave, and I just wanted to say super quickly what Ray was trying to say, basically that all the traffic reports were based on Chuck's comments about no accidents, and there have been more than one accident in a year. So I think those traffic reports are invalid, based on the misinformation. It's not their fault, but they went under the misunderstanding that there were no accidents. So I think that should either be repeated or it should be taken under consideration.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard? You can state your name and address.
I'm Jane Dietz, 525 Montauk Highway. I'm adjacent to the gas station.
And you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I wanted to emphasize, so thank you so much for your time. First, town code requires 19 total parking spots, this is what I understand. There are 5 for the filling station, 14 for the convenience store. So they are 10 short. The reason why it's problematic is because, as I think Ed noted, the space is just too small. It doesn't work in terms of parking. It's never going to work, and it's going to create numerous problems. You need legally to have an ability to have 4 cars queued. It's impossible in the space. It's just too small. It's going to create significant backups on Walker, on Montauk, more accidents, as we've all talked about. It's obviously a dangerous situation. I was there just randomly looking at the window today. I saw numerous cases, and I think some of those photos have been submitted, where it's not just the fueling truck. Every day there's big trucks coming in, cars with boats being towed, the workers with the big vans carrying their lawnmowers and things like that. They're gassing up there, they're just, going to work, et cetera. It is impossible for them to turn where the new pumps are being considered and then not go into the oncoming traffic lane on Walker. It's an impossible turn. I watched them do it today, and they couldn't possibly do that. So they're just going to add to if you're going to add more traffic. One other point that the applicant said was that it wouldn't create more traffic. That's actually just untrue, and it's illogical. The studies show that there's going to be 55% more traffic in the AM. This is just an average. 30% more in the afternoons and on Saturdays. So definitely going to create more traffic, more accidents. It's a quiet neighborhood. We really don't want this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard?
Could we say if they don't have anything new to add?
I think we're almost done with speakers.
They just keep it.
Yep.
You already
I
swore me
already
in
swore you in.
last
If you
time?
just state your name.
Okay, Ann Algieri
Yeah.
from East Quogue.
Okay.
I'd like to read a letter. Al Algieri, who is the president of the East Quogue Civic Association, fell ill and could not come tonight. So I asked that I would read this letter into the record. Dear Chairperson and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals, Bridge Petroleum, owner of the gas station on the corner of Walker Avenue and Montauk Highway in East Quogue, has an application before you calling for the demolition of the existing gas station and construction of a much larger building incorporating a convenience store as well as reconfiguring the gas station. The governing board of the East Quogue Civic Association does not support this application. If this application is approved, not only will it strongly impact the nearby properties with light and noise pollution, but it will add a large amount of foot and vehicular traffic to an already dangerous intersection. Although the traffic studies submitted by the applicant show no adverse effect on traffic, those studies have been seriously called into question. Furthermore, how traffic will be directed in and out of the gas station is another serious concern, and the effect on those living on Walker Avenue, presently a quiet residential street. This application is not in compliance with the zoning for this area, which is Hamlet Office Residential. Hamlet Office Residential zoning is meant to maintain the current residential scale of the area. It allows for offices, housing, and low traffic generating retail and service uses. High traffic import uses are not allowed, such as gas station. Though the current gas station existed before the enactment of the HO zoning, the present noncompliance should not be increased. The magnitude and scale of this application is not at all in keeping with the small town character of our hamlet and is located at one of the entranceways into our downtown hamlet, affecting all hamlet residents, not just those living adjacent to the gas station. In making a determination, we hope that the board will take into account the detriment to the safety and welfare of the neighborhood and community such a grant would have, along with the undesirable change that would be produced in the character of our downtown hamlet, affecting all of us who call East Quogue our home. Thank you, respectfully, Al Algieri, President of the East Quogue Civic Association Board. So I would like to give that, do I give that to you? Yep. Do I still have a minute left?
Probably not. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
You had like maybe 30
Thank
Thirty-
you. I'll get it in. I'll get it in.
Use 30 seconds.
Okay. I would like to also agree with what Jim brought up about all the work that was done on trying to preserve the Hamlet Center. The Hamlet Green, which is diagonally across from this gas station, one of the purposes behind that was to prevent commercial sprawl, which is called for in the master plan for the town, that we should concentrate and preserve the hamlet centers. So yes, there is a gas station for a gas repair, auto repair place up the road. But if you allow this to go through, we have commercial sprawl. So, and it really does impact the character of our hamlet. Thank you.
Okay,
I know I
thank you.
squeezed something in.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to be heard? All right, and folks, if you can also not, we've gotten a lot of different comments. If you can try to keep the comments to something different than what we've already heard?
Hey, I'm
Okay.
from Nashville, Tennessee. I talk a lot.
Okay, well, we have a 3-minute time limit. You can state your name and address, please.
Carrie Glotzer. I live in Nashville, but I have a house at 10 Jackson, East Quogue.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
And I want to ask him to spell his first and last name.
Cary Glotzer.
Glotzer?
Glotzer.
Yes, got it, thank you.
Okay, you can give us your comments.
First of all, thank you. You guys are very patient with all of us, and we all, on behalf of everybody, thank you, because I know it's a long night. You guys are barely taking a break. But like I said, I live in Nashville. I'm here for Christmas in the summertime in East Quogue. I moved here because it was one of the most beautiful neighborhoods I could possibly imagine. Today, I left to go get my son an egg sandwich. I came down Walker Avenue, and today at 8:50, I think, because I knew I was coming here, I was the fourth car to make a left. That's 8:50 a.m. It took me like 3 or 4 minutes for those other cars to make rights or lefts. This street is so congested that my whole thing comes down to two things, is safety and traffic. And I might also add that I got gas there yesterday, late afternoon, and I was the third car waiting to get gas at this particular gas station from these attorneys. So just imagine, I'm 3 deep getting gas, and there's not even a convenience store there. And could you just imagine what it would be like when there's a convenience store and people are trying to get whatever they sell, whatever your client is trying to sell. The other thing is, you got to, if I'm in your shoes, I really think you have to think about safety and children. I don't think you want to be part of it. These kids ride the bikes down Walker Avenue and Main Street. Like, I'm talking about kids 6 years old. Jim could attest to that because he lives on that block. It is so dangerous. If you put a convenience store there and they have, I don't know if your clients intend to sell beer or not, but if they did or anything like that, it's even more dangerous. My whole thing is safety and thinking of children, because that is a very congested area for kids with bikes and crossing streets, and somebody alluded there was a school.
You have to address your comments to us.
Yeah, okay, no problem. But there is a school a quarter mile away or less, and those kids are gonna be walking to that convenience store and cross that busy street. So it's really, for me, it's safety and traffic, and I hope you really consider that in this beautiful neighborhood, because I'll tell you, honestly, if you grant this variance, I'm probably gonna go back to Nashville in the summertime, because it's just too dramatic. I can't see children possibly getting hurt on a bicycle with all that traffic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard? Is there, okay, come on up. Set the swear in, if you can state your name and address, please.
Jim Stiles, 19 Jackson Avenue, East Quogue.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you can give us your comments.
I'm not going to comment anymore on the safety and traffic, because it's really horrible, and it's also safe, dangerous when you see those little kids who are really trying to make that diagonal over Lewis into that park. So you think about them walking, thinking when they're on bicycles. Some of them really can't drive bicycles. Some of them doing wheelies, trying to cross that street. But my concern is I went to get gas this morning, and I'm online, and it was a couple of people online. But there's two things that really struck me. 2 blocks down the street from this gas station is the water. And what's with the water? One of the cars was pulling a jet ski. Okay, that makes sort of sense. The other car is pulling like a 25 or 28-foot boat, pulling in to get gas. Now think about trying to maneuver your car and a boat and a trailer into that space. Now think about safety, and think about the children, etc. Doesn't make sense. But let's say for a moment, we don't have any convenience stores in our community. I could understand why we want to be here to bring another convenience store into the community. But that's ridiculous. If you go to the west, there's 2 convenience stores right there. If you go into the hamlet of East Quogue, it's loaded with stores. The other thing is, why would you want to give more competition to the stores at East Quogue when they're struggling with a recession or a beginning of a recession? It doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out to you. It's, and the gas station. There's another gas station 2 blocks away. This is not like we have a dearth of gas stations. 2 blocks away is a full gas station with fast foods, if you like, that kind of stuff, and mechanics. And one more second. When I moved here in 1998, there was a mechanic on duty there, and he was great. He would work on your car, and at the end of the day, he would drop the car off at your house. What a service that is. When these guys moved in, the first thing they did is they discontinued the mechanic. So all they had in their space was, I guess, stuff for oil and stuff, but no mechanic on duty. I don't even know what kind of a gas station you have with no mechanic available. So this is not like a great store. This is not a great gas station. It's the services that a community needs they were never interested in. All of a sudden, the price of gas is now $6 a gallon, and now they're interested in expanding and spending money. Doesn't make any sense to me, and it's not fair to...
So I think your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard? Yep, everyone gets their 3 minutes. Maybe twice, but not tonight. Okay. Okay, just have to swear you in if you can state your name and address.
Margie Bowen, 19 Jackson Avenue.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you can tell us your comments.
2 points. One is, it's been said that it's a heavily walk community. It is, but Walker has no sidewalks, so all of walking has to be done in the road. It's a very narrow residential street. And 2, on the other side of town is 7-Eleven, who have at least the 14 allocated spots or more, but yet still, because they have so much traffic, people park on the road on Montauk Highway, and it is dangerous to try to get out of 7-Eleven when you can't see because there's cars on either side. That's the same thing we'll be looking at, is there won't be enough room. People will be parking on Montauk Highway, and now trying to make a left when you can't see what's there is going to be really dangerous. That's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to be heard? Is there anyone on Zoom who is waiting to be heard in connection with the application of East Quogue 535 Realty, Inc. for property located at 535 Montauk Highway in East Quogue? If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this will be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
No one.
No one, okay. All right, all right. If you guys just want to come, just very brief, very brief.
Very brief.
Couple of minutes tops.
Couple of very brief things.
Okay.
We spent many hearings at the planning board, and the planning board required us to do a lot of things. They required us to get 2 traffic studies. They weren't happy with the first one, so we had to get a second one. The second traffic study was exactly the same as the first traffic study. They both said that the increase in traffic would not be significant. These are both well-recognized traffic study engineers. One of them was one that was hired by the town, which my client had to pay for, but it was one that the town wanted, number one. Number 2, place to go for the traffic accidents, which was something that was required by us of the planning board, is the New York State DOT. They are the official. I did a FOIL to the New York State DOT for any accidents within the past 3 years at the intersection of Walker and Montauk Highway, and it came back to me that there were no accidents that they had recorded in the past 3 years. Now, the one that happened a month ago, I did this study before that time because I was doing it for the planning board about a month and a half ago. Just to wrap this thing up, if this station, my client feels that there's no need for a repair garage here. If we cannot do anything other with the station, with the facility, other than that, it will remain as it is. And the repair station will begin and become a repair station again, or something similar that it's permitted to do by code. There will be no landscaping on the site. There will be no parking. There will be nothing other than it will stay exactly the same it is, which is the way it was built in 1957. I find it hard to believe that the people here in this neighborhood have been fixing up their village very beautifully with things. don't want to see this site fixed up to become a conforming site as far as the planning board's requirement for landscape, parking, traffic, a building that complies with the area. But if, you know, that's up to you, that's your decision.
Okay, folks, please don't interrupt.
Thank you for your consideration, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, all right, all right, all right. So, Keith, it is yours.
Okay. I will close this for, allowing written submissions to 7/1 and a determination on 7/7.
7/21.
7/21.
7/21.
Second.
Oh,
Thank you.
So,
Determination when,
7/21.
7/21.
and written 7/1.
7/1, yes. Yep.
Hey, why
Okay.
don't we lengthen the,
No, no, let's leave it at 7/1. Give Katie time to be able to write this thing.
all right.
Okay?
Right, so
All right, okay, all right.
written submission 7/1.
7/1.
Written submission 7/1, determination 7/21.
So anyone who wants to submit anything can do so up until end of business on 7/1, on July 1st.
July 1st.
All right, second.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tuthill.
Thank you.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate your comments.
Democracy in action.
It is.
Okay, number 8 on the agenda is 40 Ocean View Drive LLC, 40 Ocean View Drive in Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-271-1-44.
Ocean View?
Yep.
Yeah.
40 Ocean View.
Yeah.
Bruce needs time to set up, apparently.
All right, while he's doing that.
Not much.
I'm going to be much,
All right.
much quicker.
We scared them all away.
You scared them away.
As the board knows, we came in with an application originally for 8,788 cubic feet. Asked us to look at alternatives. We did. We came back with a second proposal, reducing that to 6,688 cubic feet. We encountered further resistance. The client, one of the board members said we wanted to consider a one-story house, so that's what we've done. And so even with a one-story house, because you've got a lot that's 44 feet wide, we would require relief in the amount of 1,740 cubic feet. This depiction is before you was filed by the architect. And you can take a look at this, and it describes what is proposed. And essentially what we have here is a one-story house with a roof deck on it. Excuse me. And a bulkhead to get to that roof deck. That is our pyramid sketch. The design features some of these vertical members and some of these horizontal members. These are just architectural effects here. It's open to the sides, it's open to the sky. And so the second page, which is before you, please take notice, because when you look at it, it'll appear to be a two-story house. It's actually a one-story house, and these are simply architectural details.
So Bruce, you went from 8788 down to 1740 now, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Me too.
And then the third part of the plan is simply a floor plan. And it's probably easier to hold it at this point. And the floor plan features a 5-bedroom house in which there are 2 in the basement and 3 on the first floor. And that is the revised proposal. Now, with me
tonight is our architect who can access through Zoom. If you have any questions regarding the design, any of the design elements or any of the architectural details on the plan, but that is essentially my presentation.
Thank you. You folks?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, you're welcome. Do you want to say anything? I can just, I think I probably previously swore you in.
Yes.
We did.
Okay, so if
We
you
know.
just state your name.
Third time. Chris
Oh,
Severnick.
watch out the microphone there.
What's the microphone?
Yes,
Chris Severnick,
okay,
Lillian Severnick.
okay,
38 Ocean View Drive, neighbors to number 40.
okay.
You have a few minutes. I took the plans that were just presented there and learned how to calculate cubic feet. And I highlighted the actual pyramid outlines elevations for this house. So this is called an architectural effect, or you called it an architectural effect. This is a wall. These are straight up walls. So the second floor of the building, originally it was a full floor, then it was like 2/3, and now it is 1/3, which is about 29 feet, which is totally enclosed from this side, from the north side, and from the other side. Now, the cubic feet calculation of 740 feet is not correct.
1,740
Yeah.
feet.
There is a,
And sir, are you a licensed architect?
no.
Okay,
No,
okay.
but we did build two houses together.
And Marge hasn't reviewed these plans yet either.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's a mistake in the calculation. Number A is not 171 cubic feet. The total of this calculation should be
I would suggest that if you want to make that argument, you go to someone with a license and have them submit a document with their stamp on it.
I didn't know that.
We did submit all of this to you,
Okay.
our drawings.
That's fine. But if you want to argue that a pyramid calculation is wrong, you go to someone who does them and have them stamp it and put their license on the line,
Okay.
saying it's wrong.
Okay, so but based on this, we still ask the board to deny the application for the variance because we think there's no need to have all these architectural effects and the second store structure on top of the first floor. I think a good architect can build a beautiful one-story house on the 2,000 square feet footprint of that house, 2 floors, a fully built-out basement with 4 ensuite bedrooms, a master bedroom upstairs, and it wouldn't affect our life and our light and our well-being 10 feet from our property line.
Okay, all right, appreciate your comments.
You feel that even this redone design is going to have negative
Yeah,
impact?
well, it does, yes, it does. I mean,
Would you rather that they just leave it vacant land?
no, it's not vacant land, there's a house there.
They have to
Okay,
demolish
so
it.
they
One
knock down the house and just leave it as vacant land? Would that be better?
No, they should knock down the house and build another one-story house, the way it is now.
Okay,
That's all.
okay,
And then it's fine, I mean, just not a 2-story house.
okay.
And within the setbacks, the setbacks aside, the setbacks 10 feet, et cetera.
Well, this does comply with the setbacks. It really is only the pyramid.
It's a pyramid. Well, the setback on the last plan, this application, this new submission didn't have a new site plan, so we don't know what the actual setbacks
Well, the
are.
setbacks should,
Setbacks are the same, and they are
Okay.
larger than what.
I think we have enough information to make a determination, okay?
Okay.
Thank you all for your comments.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
one final comment. It is a one-story house.
Got it.
It's not.
Okay. Is there, I want to also ask, there's no one in the audience here, is there anyone who's waiting to be heard on Zoom in connection with this application, which is the application of 40 Ocean View Drive LLC or 40 Ocean View Drive in Shinnecock Hills? If you are waiting to be heard on Zoom, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand. Oh, the architect is here, yes. Do we want to hear from the architect?
We don't need to hear from you.
well, listen, but wait, before you release the architect, Marge has not reviewed these plans. So if you are comfortable closing it and the pyramid calculation is not correct, I don't know.
It is correct, though.
It is not correct.
I understand. Did I previously swear you in?
Yes.
I did,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
So I'm going to state your name again.
Mayor Rontalli, Principal, E&M Architecture.
architect for the project. Okay, very good. All right, so we just want to, because there was a discussion about the, the current pyramid calculation of 1,740 cubic feet. Is that a calculation that you had prepared?
Yeah, they are very precise, and we'll sign and stamp them if the board requires.
Submit them to us,
Just want
please.
to add something to what
He did.
was just mentioned.
You did?
For the board
I haven't seen it.
to,
I haven't seen it.
2 minutes. 3 months ago, we went from 8,700 cubic feet to 6,600 cubic feet. So in this version before you, we completely did away with the second floor. The only thing on the second floor is about 270 square feet of bulkhead, which actually 127 square feet of it is walkable, just to get to the roof of the first floor. This is not a two-story house. This is a one-story house under town's definition and the state definition. So we pretty much got rid of the second floor. We reduced the volume by 80% from 3 months ago. We went from 88 to 1,740 cubic feet. I think we've done everything. We took out 1 story out of the house.
Right,
All right.
right.
I appreciate
And appreciate your efforts. Appreciate your efforts.
You. Bruce, shut it
Just wanted to bring that up again.
Okay.
Shut them down, it's enough.
Okay, okay,
We
all
got
right.
it, it is
We-
what
we-
it is.
Okay,
Our
all
Can I
right.
just mention one?
department will have to
Can I
Okay.
just
No,
mention
no.
one thing? Just one thing, 1 second.
You're
We are not
you're
talking
helping
alpaca.
yourselves, but go ahead.
No, okay.
No
fine.
alpacas, I
No, no,
promise.
Okay. Stand from an architect.
You can, we're gonna be closing it for written submissions, so if you wanna submit anything you like, you can submit it in writing.
Up until July 1st.
And you can submit something else in writing if
All
you
right, I'm
like
gonna
to.
make a motion to close written submissions by,
Somebody else on Zoom.
what?
Okay.
We're gonna have to get that volume thing.
Yeah.
We
it
do,
is. It's
yeah.
very
It's
frustrating.
not cardboard.
No.
Hi, do you hear me?
We can hear you, we just can't see you at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
It's Celia Gilberry,
Okay.
attorney at law,
Yeah.
here for the applicant.
Yeah.
I would like a request that, for the neighbors rather, I would like to request, you're keeping it open, I want to have a licensed architect to confirm the measurements of this lot, and I want to submit it for the board. Because according to the plans, it still says it's a second-story building.
We will close it, and you will have until July 1st to submit something from your architect. All right?
Okay. Could I just ask
All
one
right.
question? It says it's a 2-story on here, that's what I'm confused about, on the site plan that I have.
I can answer. What she's referring to is that it says 2-story condition at roof bulkhead only. That's just the space you go up to get to the roof. It's not a story for residential or occupation, or you can't occupy it as living space. It's not living space, it's simply, when you come up the stairs, it's a small enclosed area on the roof side. It's not
And we've had enough. Celia, sorry, it's been a long night, okay? We've had enough. We've had enough, okay? We've had enough.
Could I put it in writing?
You can put it in
Yeah.
writing. You can
You
absolutely
have
put
till
it in writing.
July 1st.
July 1st.
July 1st.
July 1st?
July 1st, end of business. July 1st.
Okay.
The decision date is July when?
I haven't given you that yet, because Kate hasn't told me when I'm gonna give it. 21?
Yes, I would say 21, because Marge has to review these, and I
Yeah.
promise
Right.
you, if
Okay.
there's a problem,
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
you're gonna have to reopen them.
So it's good, it's fine.
Okay.
Motion to close,
I second.
written submissions by 7/1, decision by 7/21.
Get a new
Okay.
site plan as well?
Okay. We're done, folks. Okay.
know, I'm
Miss,
asking
you can speak outside. Mr. Tuthill.
Aye.
Ms. Kern?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, item 11 on the agenda is 1737 Millstone LLC. 1737 Millstone Road, Noyak. And this is held over from 5/19/62. All right, it's all yours, Mike. Give it to him, bub.
So we probably have somebody on Zoom for this?
Yes, probably.
Yep.
What was her name? Oh, okay.
Okay. No, every once in a while, we have the long meeting, and this is that meeting.
Oh, we're okay.
Yep.
Well, I don't think there was anybody left
I
in East
actually-
Quogue
I
today.
actually went to.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was here.
Really? Well, it was a nice social event.
Everybody from Walker Avenue, Jackson Avenue, they're all
Got
here.
everybody got to catch up, it was all good.
It's gonna be hard. This is all gonna be Zoom now, and we're not gonna be able to hear anybody.
Get their chance up at bat.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we can see you.
Okay, great. Hi, Catherine Ringwood, 1737 Millstone Road.
Yep,
Darien.
I believe I previously swore you in, so all you have to do is state your name.
Okay, very good. I did write you a letter. I sent it to Candace to distribute to all of you. Did you get it?
No,
No, we don't, she sent it to me
You're
today.
kidding.
just came today.
Oh, no, I sent it on Tuesday.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's too short for us to have
Yeah,
gotten.
things need to be submitted at least a week before the hearing date if you expect us to actually get it, so,
Okay, I'm so sorry.
yeah, you can't do that.
Well, I could either read it now, which might take too much time, but I could just give you the synopsis.
Give this the synopsis, that's fine. We will read it.
Okay, well, thank you for giving me this third opportunity to plead our case. As I said, I wrote a letter, I sent it to Candace to distribute to all of you. You had given me little extra time to do a little more research on the land and different things. So I did speak with my surveyor, I got a copy of the survey, and I walked the land. When I looked at the survey, it just looked like gentle sloping down at 2 feet, but at certain points, like from the front of the proposed house at 65 feet from the common driveway to the back and part of the side actually slopes down about 24 feet. And something you don't see on the survey is the heavy vegetation. When I walked back 65 feet, right there, heavy vegetation started. There were trees and vines and older mature trees and
Okay, if you can please do a short summary, because we have a very long night, and this is not the last hearing tonight, and it's 9:45.
Okay, very good. I also educated myself a bit on variances, and same as the llama lady was talking about, there's 5 points. I think I passed all 5 points. I realize it's up to you to decide, and I just think that 65 feet is reasonable, and I just hope you will decide in our favor. Whatever you decide, we'll definitely comply with you. There's nothing in this for Carlos and I. We're not gonna make more money by where we place the house. We just really want to keep in the character of the neighborhood when we build. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Bye-bye.
I want to say something. I actually went to the property,
Oh, great.
and I walked back in the very heavy vegetation and actually got a tick bite as a result.
I am so bit.
But you're absolutely right in terms of the topography. It slopes very, very dramatically down on partial of the back. So there isn't a huge backyard. It's not a big lawn or, potential lawn in the back. So I understand where she's coming from in terms of the setback from the street.
Okay.
Can I make one more comment? I think also the trees, they're older trees. They have
They
beautiful
are.
lines. And aren't they beautiful? And it does buffer some of the sound from Millstone, which I was not aware of, but I did notice that. Okay.
There are
Thank
a
you.
number
Thank you
of
for
very
going to the
large, tall
property.
trees as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else who is waiting to be heard on Zoom this evening in connection with the application of 1737 Millstone LLC for 1737 Millstone Road in Sag Harbor? If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this will be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
One more person.
Okay.
We're all gonna have whiplash. Putting our head.
Did he say it's somebody else?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know who it is. It's the neighbor.
The wizard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Priya Shaw.
Okay, and did you previously give testimony in connection with this application? Sorry, our audio is not so good. Did you previously testify? Okay, then I'm just going to swear you in. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Shaw, 1727 Millstone Road, Sag Harbor, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay,
Could
any,
you try to spell his name out for me? I can't hear anything.
can you spell your last name for us?
Sure, it's Shaw, S-H-A-H.
S-H-A-H.
The first name?
First name?
Pritesh, P like Peter, R-I-T-E-S-H.
P-R-I-T-E-S-H.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, if you can give us your comments.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a neighbor, obviously, of this property. I live across the street from it. I do not understand why this variance is needed, quite frankly. It is a small access road that has 3 homes on it currently, one that's being built. I see no need as to why we should ruin the look of that area. We have little kids that live and walk, run up and down that street. Building a house closer to the road, to the access road, does absolutely nothing. My house is within guidance of what is required, 100 feet back from the access road. I believe the other house on the road have also been built in accordance with that same rule. So it doesn't seem right to me that this home would be built. A variation should be required in this situation. I appreciate your time. Obviously, happy to answer any question. I do object to the variation.
Okay, appreciate your comments. Okay. Is there any, I just want to make sure there isn't anyone else who's waiting to be heard on Zoom.
One more person.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And I previously swore you in. If you can just state your name again.
Yes, my name is Jill Conviser Levine. I am the neighbor directly across the street to the subject property. I am also a neighbor to Mr. Shaw, whom you just spoke to. Mr. Shaw, Mr. Crawford, whom you heard from last time, and I are the only 3 people who live on that lane, and all 3 of us object to this. I'm glad too that someone from the board went to the property. I think that's always terrific. I will say that I hope that I found it curious, and I hope you will too, that for the first 2 meetings, the builder in this case focused on this aesthetic purpose of putting the house closer to the road and getting the variance. Only now, today, after both I and my neighbor showed some pushback, did they come up with, by the way, there's heavy vegetation, and like the last variance, there's topography issues. So I would say if that wasn't something they brought up before, but only now, I would find it suspect. To be clear, obviously, you guys are the board, you hear the evidence, you apply the standards, you do it with aplomb and grace, you follow the 5-point rule that the Court of Appeals espoused in Sasso, and that is codified under town code and town law, and then you do your balancing test. It is my position that the builders in this case have failed miserably in terms of articulating a legitimate reason for the variance. To say 2 times in a row, repeatedly, this is all about the aesthetics, is certainly not a hardship or a difficulty envisioned by the Court of Appeals in Sasso or by the town code. That's not contemplated by the town code. If these builders wanted a property with a different setback and different aesthetic, they could have bought that. In terms of the 5 points, I know it's late, I'm not gonna go through everything, I'm simply going to say.
If you can, if you can summarize and finish your testimony, because it is very late for us, and we're not done yet.
Oh, it's late, and I appreciate that. The character of the community has already been changed by the other building there, where there were topography issues, which I understand. To do that further would destroy the quaintness of this neighborhood and create, quite frankly, a subdivision like you might expect in downtown Iowa. This is a substantive issue for us. There are other methods. They can push this back. This will have an effect on our physical enjoyment of that area. This is not a difficulty that was self-created. That's a question. There's no difficulty here, but that's almost beside the point. I'm getting to my last comments. At bottom, there is nothing in this record tonight or on either of the last 2 dates to support the builder's variance request. Nothing in abundance. In my view, granting this variance on this thinnest of thin reasons could easily be viewed as being arbitrary and capricious, because I believe that's what it is. All of us who live on this street oppose it. The builder, I believe, has failed to establish a reason for this. It is not legitimate from the perspective.
Susan, you exhausted her 3 minutes?
All right, you've got 20 seconds left.
I know. Someone else had 2 hours, tonight we had 2 minutes. I thank you for your time. Take this seriously because it should be taken.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your night.
You know, we do take this seriously. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's,
You know,
all right.
people want to say what they're going to say. Okay, all right, so on that one,
Michael is the lead.
Mike, it is yours.
Yours, Mike.
So we're going to close this public hearing, accept written submissions until July 1st, and with a determination on July 7th, Katie? Or
7:21, I think. What
You
can
want
we
to
do
do
the
7:21?
It's, I mean,
on July 21st.
yeah. I mean,
July
that's,
21st.
You guys can write some too.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Daly?
Aye.
Ms. Kern?
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next.
Okay, Bob, it's all yours. Item 12 is Farrell CIT Bilco LLC, 201 Jobs Lane in Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-134-2-32.
Is there anyone waiting to be heard on this one, on Zoom? Okay.
Hi, board members, Kimberly Judd, 737 Roanoke Avenue, Riverhead. At our last board meeting, I had submitted an application for required rear yard lot coverage. Can I share my screen?
Okay. We can hear you, there we go, now we can see you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Good evening.
I'm going to share my screen. The board had asked me to, this was the old survey that I had submitted the last time, and the board asked if I could reshuffle the tennis court because the first application was 42.11% for the required rear yard lot coverage. So this was the first one, and then I submitted a revised survey. I'm going to scroll down here. This is the new survey, and it shows the required rear yard lot coverage at 29.83%. In yellow here, this is the required rear yard lot coverage area, and you'll see that we shifted the tennis court down to where the setback used to be for the one-story frame barn. So the setback is 47.9 from the road, but it's still the same setback of the barn. If you look at this picture here, this is the barn that used to be there. That was 47.9 feet from the road. And this is another view of it. So you'll see here's Rose Way, here's the barn that was there. There was another barn on the property as well, but I believe that the required rear yard lot coverage now, and the tennis court will be sunken as well. So
What's
I
the
think-
size of the court?
I'm sorry?
What's the size of the court, Kimberly?
Oh, it's 55
65 by 110 sunken.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, 55 by 110, and it's going to
All right.
Okay,
And what's the rear?
What's the rear coverage now?
29.82.
Coverage now is going to be 29.83%.
Okay, well, Kim, thank you for your efforts.
No, thank you. I don't know if the board has any
Yep.
questions for me.
Yep.
I had a long night.
Yeah, and you also need the front yard setback. Is it still 90 feet to 82.4 feet, or has that changed?
No, it's 47.9.
47.9 feet. So that's this is the setback of the tennis court to Rose Way will be 47.9.
47.9, okay, so you're gonna need that relief.
Variance, Sean McDermott, the building inspector, said even though we had a barn there at the same setback, he said accessory
Yeah,
structures, I guess.
no, and I remember, I think I said last time, I'd rather have setback relief than
Right.
rear yard lot coverage, so that's what it is.
I know.
Yep.
You did say that.
Okay,
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
okay.
Thank you,
Well,
Kim.
Thanks, Kim. Okay, so Bob isn't here this evening, but the application is still his. And I will move that we close the application except for written submissions. The deadline for written submissions is July 1st, and we'll have a decision ready on is July 7th okay, or July 21st?
Well, you don't know, because Bob's not here.
Well, I'm asking.
Let's make it 21st.
Let's make it the
Okay, all right, we'll make it 20, so written subs by 7/1, decision 7/21. Is there a second?
All right, second.
Ms. Kern?
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill?
Aye.
Mr. Daly?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thanks so much, Kim. Have a good rest of your night.
I gotta tell you,
I forgot if there's, to ask if there's anyone else on that one. Well, is there anyone else on the Zoom?
No, there's not.
Okay. just-
Lucky us.
I gotta tell you something. This ain't righteous.
No, it is
Not
not.
being able to
They got-
hear, it's
Not being
not-
able to hear is a problem. And it's not just us.
not good
When
to
they
the
start,
public.
when they're doing town
No,
board
they gotta
meetings and
be
this starts
applicant,
happening, it's gonna be a problem
they
for us,
gotta do
especially when there's people.
People in
They
the
gotta
audience
fix it.
can't hear it.
No, can't
No.
see it, can't hear it.
Can't see it and.
They'll
can't
work
hear it.
on it,
They're gonna have to,
Charlie
they're gonna
and
have
the
to work
team
on
will
it.
work on
That's
All
all.
right,
This is the
item
first time.
13. Item 13 is Scott Schlachter. 7 Stanford Court, Noyak, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-24-1-49, Susan.
Held over.
Is there anyone here
Susan?
on Zoom? There is, okay. Hello, good evening. I believe I previously swore you both in?
No, we've never been sworn in.
You haven't been sworn in, then I'm swearing you in now. If you can state your names and addresses for the record, please.
I hope they're in California, so it's not so late.
Okay, so, Scott Schlachter, 7 Stanford Court, Sag Harbor, New York. Is that, or should I give my book from New York?
Yes, you want to state your name and address as well?
Sandra Hospero, 7 Stanford Court.
Okay, and do you both swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, yeah.
I got Scott's name, I did not get her name.
Could you repeat your name?
Scott Schlachter.
No, the other one, your wife or whatever.
Sandra Hospero,
Could you spell that last name?
MONTEPARO.
Okay, just so you know, we're having trouble with the audio, and it's not you, it's us and our system. So we have a little trouble hearing. But we can hear you, it's just very faint. Okay? Anyway, so you can give us your, an update, your comments, as to where we are.
Well, we have, I guess, an architect and an expediter that have been handling this, and I don't know if Chris is supposed to be on the Zoom as well. But there was a problem with we're looking for a relief because we needed a variance because there was a portion of the deck that we wanted to build, and then you guys requested a pyramid drawing, and there was some problems with it, and I think that was supposed to be rectified for this hearing, and it's just for a small little variance, but we're just gonna, whatever we need to do it properly, that's why we're here. So
Okay,
we're
so
seeing-
I think we had reopened it. It looks like it was closed, and then it was reopened.
And at the last hearing, they said that the pyramid relief sought was 1,000 cubic feet.
Okay. Yeah, that's the pyramid, but not the relief, that's the total pyramid. If, I think we can show a document to show you.
The amount of space we're asking for a variance for.
It says 112 cubic feet.
That was the original.
Chris is asking to join. Should I add as well?
Yes. Yeah, Chris is on the Zoom as well.
Okay, great.
Sorry, we don't mean to interrupt, but he may be able to help.
Yeah, great.
Do you want me to stop sharing?
Yeah. You want me to get, I think I should get Chris on, your architect.
Great, yeah. He should definitely speak
Thank you,
better.
Chris.
Okay, well, no problem.
Don't laugh at me.
Just, you know.
He said hello.
Nothing, okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Chris, unless you gave previous testimony, I set to swear you in.
No problem.
If you can state your name and address, please.
My name is Chris Alvino. I work for Harold Gephardt Architect, 363 North Wellwood Avenue, Lindenhurst.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you can tell us where we are with this application.
Well, we're just looking for a small cubic footage pyramid variance on this corner of the deck. It's just a deck. It's not it's a small area. It just has a handrail there and a small portion of deck.
Okay. What is the pyramid relief you're requesting?
It's just under 1,000 square feet. I rounded it off to 1,000.
And I believe you submitted plans to verify that, correct?
Correct.
And we need an exact measurement. We can't put around
Yeah, we can't
1,000
round.
cubic feet. We have to have an exact measurement.
Well, there's no such thing as an exact measurement.
Well, there is in
All
our
measurements-
decisions.
All measurements are approximate.
Well, we have to put a number.
Well,
What
then we're not
number
getting,
would you like us to
then you're
put?
not getting relief.
How's about 987?
No, I think, did you certify? I think he's certified. If you've submitted a certified plan that shows 1,000 feet and signed it,
1,000 cubic feet.
yeah, then that's what we're
That's the
going to accept.
number.
And that's the number.
Okay.
I think he's
Strike,
certified.
I rounded it off
Here it is.
in the testimony.
What's next?
No, sometimes we get surveys with plus or minus. We have to have them take it off.
I think this was it.
Chris, did you revise the plans to show the average natural grade?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do we have those?
I'm sure you have them.
Well, did you,
And everything.
did you submit them with the average natural grade on the plan?
I have an average grade on the plans.
Okay, and what was the date that the last revised, just so we can make sure we're referring to the same plans? Huh?
I'm not certain, but I do know that there's a second date on the plan. If you have a plan in front of you that has a second date on it, towards the title box, that's the plan.
5/5/2022?
That would be it.
All right.
Did you see the average natural grade on those plans, Susan?
I'm looking.
Would I know it if I saw it? I'm not sure. All right, I'm going to let Michael look.
We just want to make sure we have the plan so we can render a decision.
Okay, and then can I share my screen to show what we're talking about? The variance we're talking about is like a very tiny corner.
Here's elevations. There are different elevations on
Yeah,
this.
I'm sorry, the audio is really bad, so we can only barely hear you. Maybe you can speak a little louder.
Katie, did you see the elevations on this?
No, Candace had said it was missing.
Let me just show.
No, we understand that, but we have to have exact, figures in a determination. So that's the reason we're asking the questions, and we want to make sure that the current submission has, is it average natural grade?
Yes.
Average natural grade in it, and I can't find it. Maybe it's there. Maybe it's, I can't even see.
Well, he could submit that by 7.
He can submit it by 7/1.
May I say something?
Yes.
For the record, the chief building inspector looked at this plan and has indicated to me that it does not indicate the average natural grade. I did speak to him, I gave him the file, he just didn't have time to give Chris a call to explain to him, what he's looking for. So I showed him that plan, and I showed him the revised survey in Marge's absence to try to speed things up. And the chief building inspector had an finishing the plans.
Okay, so Chris, we need you to communicate with the building department.
And he has Chris's phone number. I'll speak to him tomorrow morning, have him give him a call.
Okay, very good. And then this could be handled in a written submission, and as long as the building department is satisfied, then we'll be able to render a decision.
No problem, I'll get you that, whatever you're missing, I'll get you
Yep.
ASAP.
Okay, greatly appreciate it.
Scott and Sandra, did your expediter talk to you about maintaining some screening for your neighbor?
We have no problem with that.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Is there anyone else on the Zoom? There's not. Okay, very good. Then Susan, it is yours.
Thanks for staying
Well,
up, guys.
Candace, what do you think in terms of timing?
7:21?
Well, all right, so written submissions, but the, and then the, all right, so I'm going to close the public hearing, written submissions by 7:1, with a decision 7:21.
Second.
Ms. Kern?
Aye.
Mr. Daly?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all for your comments this evening. Have a good rest of your night.
Decisions.
I just want to write down 7:1, 7:21. Okay. Well, I have a few, I think two.
I have one,
Okay. You want to do yours first?
okay?
Okay.
In the matter of the application of Donald Bouchard and Deborah Bouchard, 14 Jackson Avenue, East Quogue, tax map number 900-341-1-93. Applicant requested relief from the Town Code Section 33077D, placement of accessory building structures and uses in residential districts for a rear yard coverage of 29.2%, where a maximum of 20% is permitted for a proposed swimming pool on a non-conforming lot, and any other relief. The subject premises is located at, I've already said where they're located. This existing dwelling has been in place since 1961. The conversion, it's a corner lot, which adds the difficulty of placing the pool other than in the proposed location. And the proposed pool is of modest size, 12 feet by 30 feet, and meets the required rear and side yard setbacks. Zoning Board of Appeals finds that the applicants have established it's entitled to the requested variance relief, and it's met the 5-part test set forth in Town Code and New York State Town Law. For the reasons stated, this board grants relief from the following provision of the Town Code, Section 330-77D, placement of accessory building structures and uses in residential districts, for a rear yard coverage of 29.2%, where 20% maximum is permitted, for a proposed swimming pool as shown on the survey prepared by Jeffrey W. Hatterer, L.S. of Twin Forks Land Surveying, last revised May 23, 2022. Grant of the foregoing relief is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicants have already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of the subject premises.
Second.
Ms. Kern?
Aye.
Mr. Daly?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I have a determination in the matter of the application of Atlantic Golf Club, Inc. Applicants are Marianne Gabrielle and all applicants. This is for property located at Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-4917.1. The applicants here are neighbors who have challenged the determination of the Chief Building Inspector dated June 4th, 2021, permitting the Atlantic Golf Club to construct staff housing as an accessory use at the property located at 1040 Scuttle Hole Road, Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-4917.1. After testimony and evidence was presented by counsel for both the golf club and the neighbors, and after reviewing the Southampton Town Code, the board finds as follows. The ZBA regularly is asked to make determinations relating to accessory structures and routinely quotes the Town Code's definition of accessory use, building, or structure when it analyzes whether structures and uses meet this definition based on facts and even based on national standards. Similarly, this board has not let the limitations of the Town Code dictate the structures, buildings, or uses that can be considered accessory, previously reviewing requests for a pergola, bocce/volleyball court, gazebo, outdoor shower, outdoor kitchen/barbecue, recreational buildings, guest houses, pitaki court, I don't know, petanque court, and beach houses, and even an 18-hole private golf course. While these interpretations were based on the facts and circumstances regarding the size and scope of the proposed accessory building / structure / use, they also were careful to be consistent with the town code. In the matter of Lewis Road PRD, while the town code did not allow for a private golf course as a principal use, it was silent with respect to its presence as an accessory use. Conversely, here, while there is no doubt that the town has consistently approved requests for staff housing at existing golf courses, whether it be through the special exception standard or otherwise, the plain language of the town code currently prohibits cooking and sleeping in accessory buildings except for farm employees, accessory apartments, and bed and breakfasts. This is what it says: accessory use, building or structure. A subordinate use, building or structure customarily incidental to and located on the same lot occupied by the main use, building or structure. The term accessory building may include a private garage, shed, playhouse, swimming pool, and private greenhouse. The term accessory building shall not include any building with sleeping and/or cooking facilities or used for sleeping and/or cooking purposes, except for farm employees living on a farm owned or leased by their employer, an accessory apartment, or a bed and breakfast as defined by this chapter. As such, and absent a request for a variance for a change to the town code, this board has no authority to determine that an accessory building intended to be used for cooking and/or sleeping purposes is permitted, regardless of its size and scale in comparison to the principal use, and notwithstanding its need or existence already on the premises. Such a finding is only further supported by the fact that, 1, the town board once legislated that golf courses were permitted by special exception and were allowed to provide dwelling units / residence facilities pursuant to Town Code 69-24, later Town Code 330-139. And 2, the special exception provision for membership or country club or golf course nonprofit, and the ability to offer such housing was entirely removed from the town code in 1992 and replaced by zoning tools exclusive to the town board's discretion, that is, the QIPSUD and the PDD. It is well settled that the ZBA does not have the authority to legislate, and any finding by this board to the contrary would be akin to a legislative amendment of the Southampton Town Code. That is not the function or role of this board as dictated by the enabling authority of New York State Town Law, Article 16. That's it. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill?
Aye.
Mr. Daly?
Nay.
Ms. Kern?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I have a determination in the matter of the application of John Mark Chillian and Gerasi De Silva for property located at Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-231-327. This application is for property located at 2 High Road, Hampton Bays. The applicants here request a variance with respect to a proposed pyramid encroachment for a second-story addition to a pre-existing dwelling. The proposed addition is comprised of 512 square feet of living space and 66 square feet of staircase. This application passes the standards set forth in New York State Town Law and the Town Code. Therefore, this board grants the applicant relief from Town Code Section 330-84D, height pyramid, for a proposed encroachment in the amount of 2,790 cubic feet, as shown on the survey prepared by Floyd Carrington of Rayner Marks and Carrington, last revised April 4th, 2022, and the floor plans dated May 4th, 2022, and the elevations last dated January 11th, 2022, all prepared by Rick Scott, AIA, Leeds, AP, Scott Architecture. The grant of the foregoing relief is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant has already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of the subject premises.
Second.
Ms. Kern?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Daly?
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I think we're done.
Good night.
What about Donald Borsha?
Motion to close?
So moved.
Aye.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are closed. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Candace.